Disappears into that thick rough, not what Xander wanted to start.
Please welcome our 2018, 2019, and 2023 PGA champion from Florida, Brooks Koepka.
It has been the same story all season. He has been fantastic, swinging a golf club from tee until the green. But a different story on the green. He was second strokes gain from tee to green and approach. 1/30th putting yesterday. Big bounce around that Marshall.
That was a nice dodge there. Nimble.
Please welcome from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
The fiery Englishman was agitated at times with the wind, with the hole.
He saw enough of the left side of the golf course yesterday. See if he got that fixed.
Big fairway at the first, but it is vacant. Now let's finish up the morning group and head back to the ninth. As a reminder, you'll see every shot those three hit.
And it's Scotty first to play, same direction as the 18th. How about that footwork?
That was way more familiar.
Get him, Scotty.
Scotty missed his first 6 fairways, but he figured it out in his last 10 holes.
He had a little more vertical force there. Ned?
Yeah, I'm up in the fairway, and even I could see him jump out of the left side there.
Perfect. Matt certainly figured out his driver. He changed his setup a little bit. He squared up. And he's driven the ball much better his last 3 or 4 driver swings.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot, Ned. Does Justin Rose need to make birdie here?
I'm going to say yes. In his mind, he certainly thinks he does. I think. Now. That's a tough one. I think the cut's going to go to 5. So, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm in between 4 and 5. It's actually a 2 right now. That won't last.
He didn't leave anything in the tank there.
No, he should have been doing that all day. Ripped it.
We'll come back, finish this group, and then
I'm not betting my used car that he makes for here.
the car the PGA of America gives you this week?
Yeah.
For winning that Wanamaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an up and over, and it's gonna, it'll be back in the river, which is fine. Because there's a little crevice here. So this is like a low point.
Oh, really?
So it'll be like a
This is
down,
the afternoon
back
group
up.
you're
I
seeing.
understand. Okay, so up top is 5 times. 20
I have,
is up
I have
top.
19. 19 is like top, where it will stay.
Top, okay.
Xander Schauffele and caddy Austin Kaiser.
Be some sort of sand wedge, right, guys?
Yeah. You're trying to pitch this, what,
10?
110-ish? Yes.
Yeah.
110 to 150.
Yeah, if it hits into the hill, it's also totally fine.
Yeah, it should be killed.
Would you rather be short of the green or up above it, like past the hole?
I would say here.
To me? I could go ahead.
I'd say if you for that. Let's say because our angles are this. Sure. Goes right. Sure. It's going to be a lot tougher.
You're closer to like 100 foot, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And like on that bunker you see, that little corner there.
What's left of it, yeah?
Yep.
Well short.
Yeah, it came out dead.
And now Koepka in the right rough.
Same yardage. Kind of where Scotty Schauffele was earlier. Similar result.
Well played.
Yes, sir. Wow.
And the last to play from the thick rough here at Aronimink. Tyrrell Hatton.
It's a great angle. He's got even a decent lie. Guess the squeeze. Came out hot.
Stay up there. Meanwhile, at the 9th, it's Fitzpatrick. Just short of the green and 2. Scotty's 4 yards closer.
And down in the basin, you cannot feel the breeze. As a matter of fact, the flags on the grandstand over at 17 aren't even doing anything. But up on the green, the 9th flag is really flapping. That was hammered.
Right out there in front. It's almost
Well,
like
I'm not sure
it almost carried too far.
if Justin Rose, driver off the deck, is out of extreme confidence or a little bit of desperation. Perhaps a mixture of both. But nearly 280 yards and uphill a good 10. This has to absolutely be smoked.
I think if he could land it flat, low, might run, but it looks left.
And just campers into the rough there, short of the bunkers.
Tried to cut it, but it didn't do it.
And now Xander short of the green here at the 1st.
Almost 40 yards to the hole. And he hit it how far?
40 yards. That's fabulous.
I mean, you could go on and on about how good that was. That was beautiful.
39 yards, 2 feet, 11 inches.
I mean, just, well, it's just everything about it.
And par to start for Schauffele, and again, we'll see every shot these guys hit.
Tyrrell's is pretty speedy from up there. I have a suspicion. But the wind direction is going to help. At least he's going back into the wind. Can't get it up enough.
These guys this afternoon on ESPN Plus. You can also watch Rory McIlroy and Jordan Spieth. They're just teeing off. McIlroy only hit 5 fairways yesterday, shot 4 over, and he just missed the fairway back here behind these guys at the first with less than driver. Brooks Koepka, will the putter cooperate today?
Inauspicious beginning.
Looks like the same one. He had 3 of them out there on Monday. Ned will run over there. He can't call both groups at the same time, by the way, as much as he'd like, but he'll run over there in a little while and join George and Scott. Meanwhile, Fitzpatrick short of the green here in 2.
And the cross-handed, we had this conversation earlier, didn't we, Brooksy, where this tight grass, he thinks it gives him an advantage. We can clip it right off the top of it and into the upslope. This shouldn't be too difficult.
That is pretty well done right there. With one hand, 2 hands, doesn't matter.
We'll have that for 1 over. And now Hatton for par to start. Oh, here we go. Above the hole and out of position, and it leads to a bogey. So he's 3 over now. Justin Rose get up and down and give himself a chance to play tomorrow?
Well, the practice swings indicate he's going up top and over the ridge that guards the front of the green.
Oh, what a finish! Justin Rose with an eagle hole out to finish at 3 over through 36 holes. One more look here, Brooksy.
Well, I get to keep my used car.
He's not going home quietly. This guy is such a fighter. That's why Philly loves him so much.
True grit right there.
There'd be one thing on his mind right here.
That left for a closing birdie. And 1 over par on the day. And just one more word on Rose. This is why that guy is so good in the Ryder Cup. He never, ever gives in and stops fighting, no matter how he's playing or where the ball ends up. And he's rewarded for it.
And just so many layers to the man. Just when you think he's had enough, he steps up and does that.
We'll see those two tomorrow. We have exactly 70 players at 2 over or better, but guaranteed that it'll go to 3, if not 4 or higher in these conditions.
Now I'd rather be at 3.
And Matt Fitzpatrick to finish with a birdie.
And this is essentially on a chalk line. There's no movement if you hit it with the proper speed, but his head's spinning a little bit on the greens.
.33 putts in round 1, 33 more today. And a 2 over par 72, 2 over in total. Well, Scheffler's story in 2026 has been him battling back. This week he races out, shoots 67, tied for the lead after the first round. Today it was a dogfight with Aronimink. He won't hold the 36-hole lead, but he is squarely in the mix for the weekend. That's a 1 over 71.
He got kick-started there at 17. There's no doubt about that. And he did finally hit some fairways.
Aronimink gave those 3 all they could handle. That is their 36-hole position.
But it did look pretty bleak there when they were walking off about the 15th hole this morning, their 6th hole. They're pros.
And so they're done for the day, and we'll see all 3 of them at some point tomorrow. Meanwhile, the afternoon group, Schauffele and Koepka, each making par at the first. Hatton with bogey there as they play the second. George Savarikas and Scott Verplank have the call on the other side right here on ESPN+.
ESPN Plus feature group coverage. We have Xander Schauffele, Brooks Koepka, and Tyrrell Hatton. Schauffele you see at -2. He is among the top 10, just 2 off where the lead currently is at 4 under par. George Savaricas and Scott Plank with you now as Schauffele is a pace into the rough on the second. Approach shot on the way.
Yeah, pins back left, so he should have plenty of green to kind of let it trickle back there. Perfect.
Gets it up there inside 10 feet. Well done by Schauffele. Got the 5-time major champ Brooks Koepka also in this feature group. Scott Plank, 5-time PGA Tour winner. Ned Michaels looking dapper, pulling double duty. He's with world #1 Scotty Scheffler earlier this morning. Scheffler getting in the house to 2 under after 36. Hatton after an opening bogey, trying to bounce back at 2. This was just a moment ago. Throwing it back there on a string.
Yeah, I watched him hit some wedges kind of that same distance on the range, and I thought he looked pretty dialed in, but you never know. Since he bogeyed the first hole, there's no telling what's going through his mind right now.
He's a man who can run hot. Tyrrell Hatton was T3 at the Masters, his best ever finish in a major coming this year. 2 years ago, Xander Schauffele was the PGA champion. Won at Valhalla and then won the Open as well, part of a 2-major season in 2024. Since that second major victory, Schauffele has won once on the PGA Tour the past 22 months. Hasn't carried that momentum into 25 and beyond. Had a rib injury at the beginning of 2025 that slowed him down. Won late in the year at the Bay Current Classic last fall. In 2026, he's had some top 5 finishes. Hasn't had a week where he's put all the pieces of the puzzle together from start to finish for 4 rounds.
Yeah, you know, that streak there 2 years ago, basically, when he was winning majors left and right. I mean, he never hit an unsolid iron shot. I was just so shocked at how solid he hit his iron shot. So probably trying to get a little bit of that back.
And he had a substantial made cut streak that came to a close at the Farmers earlier this year. Brooks Koepka cross-country birdie putt, turning left towards the hole.
Great effort. Still a little breezy out there, George, so I think it's gonna be a little bit nicer this afternoon than yesterday afternoon, but that's not saying much.
Let's take another look at this from Koepka. He's hoping to get down at 2, almost got down on 1. Koepka getting the round, just 3 back of where the lead is. Schauffele, you see the score to par. Now, what he did when he made his approach shots out of the putting surfaces was 5 under when he missed the green. 3 over, and difficulties getting up and down. Not unique to Schauffele. A lot of guys did on these Donald Ross greens. For birdie to get within 1 of the lead.
Yeah, that's a great look.
Peels off at the last second.
That was a great shot of how sloped these greens are. It looks pretty flat around this hole location, but these Donald Ross greens just have subtle, some huge and a lot of subtle slopes. So it's hard to figure them out.
Today hasn't made a difference for Schauffele if he's hit the green or missed the green. He's made par both holes, got up and down at 1. That'll be slightly disappointing. 2-putt par at 2.
Tyrrell should have got a pretty good read because Xander was exactly across the hole, so he should have got a good read on how much Xander's broke. So this is just the opposite putt.
Hatton from right to left wasn't high enough, didn't have the pace.
No, that's 2 poor putts starting out, and that's usually what gets him a little toasty under the collar, because he usually hits it pretty good.
Hatton comes into the week ranked 26th in the world golf rankings. Plays on the Live Golf Tour, has won 8 times on the DP World Tour in each of the past couple seasons. Most recent win was the Hero Dubai Desert Classic in 2025. Koepka should be straightforward. Couple pars for Brooks. Bounce over to the par 4 third.
Yeah, straight downwind again, so guys kind of have to decide where they want to position off the tee, but the hole location is on the front right. It looks gettable, but guys have really had a hard time getting the ball to stop, and you don't have a lot of room to the right of it, so a really good, even with a wedge, they'll have in a good shot would be 8 to 10 feet left of this hole.
This opening stretch, at least in 1 and 2, you have some birdie opportunities. 3, the 9th toughest hole playing over par for the field. Over the course of this week, but today, the 4th easiest hole. So that's deceiving. It was playing much tougher yesterday.
Well, I think the hole location yesterday was tucked over that right bunker, and it was much more difficult to get it close.
If you think Ray can cover, then I'm on.
I mean, it's 284. 284 to cover, so if you can get 280 on it, as long as it's got height where it's getting help and not getting knocked down.
Yeah.
It's fine. If you hit your line, you're good all day. Okay?
That whole gap, right?
Yeah.
Well, going with driver, but trying to keep it right of that far fairway bunker down there that's about 325 to get to, but that he can get there. That's perfect.
Didn't even take the time to watch it. He knew that was striped.
Yep, and right up there, equal with that last bunker on the left. So I'm literally, he's got nothing more than like 65, 70 yards from there.
Koepka looking to do the same. And that is going straight left.
Yeah, that's well left. Ooh.
Right next to the deep stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it got in it, but the last bounce looked like it just went straight down.
The wind's still pumping a bit. It's jumping from 14 to 16 to 19. Now it's 15. Helping and out of the left.
Tough conditions again, 2 days in a row.
Scoring average higher so far today than it was yesterday. 72.3 round 1, 72.7 right now in round 2. Same deal. He's trying to hit a cut and ride the wind, and pulled it through into the gallery. Depending on how deep that rolls, see if he draws a lie or not.
He's way better off than Brooks. You can see the ball.
Minwoo Lee has joined the party at 4 under par, co-leaders with Aldrich Potgieter at the PGA Championship. The afternoon wave may catch a break later in the day if this weather patterns hold true as far as the expected wind gusts. You see it 3 p.m., 16 miles an hour, but then once you get to 5 p.m., drops to 13, 6 p.m. to 10. Maybe we could see some late runs in the back nine.
Well, yeah, if that's the highest gust, then it's might be steadily underneath that. So yes, I would say you need to get to at least 4 o'clock and then turn the jets on if you have anything left.
This morning it was pumping closer to 20, 25 mile an hour wind gusts. The teeth of it.
It was cold.
Yeah, it's freezing. From 8 to 10 or 8 to 11 a.m. was about as cold as it has been here in the second round. Ned Michaels with us for the walk once again this afternoon. Ned, how have the conditions been shifting from the morning to what we're going to see this afternoon?
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for having me again. This morning was rugged, really rugged, actually. It was cold. We had wind gusts that reached over 22 miles an hour and started on the second nine. And it was just haymakers from the get-go. We saw a couple of double bogeys and a lot of three putts. The hole locations, especially as you're going to see here on this opening nine, there are some sinister hole locations out there, especially when you start making the turn back in 6 and 7, 8. They picked the pockets of our players this morning, but it's warm now. The winds, they're still up, but if you start talking about getting down to 10 miles an hour by 6 o'clock this afternoon, George, I think you're going to see some pretty good scoring.
We will be in wait and see mode. And it, again, I harken back to, it was on the third round last year. Scotty Scheffler closed with 5 straight birdies, and that's what ended up being the final margin as he won by 5. You know runs are going to happen at some point this week. It's just when will the wind relent and when will we see it? Ball position for the tee shots. Scheffler, 370. Longest drive on the third hole today. Well, we had crossed that first cross section of bunkers, went towards the second. Now Koepka.
There's a little fountain of fescue behind the ball, but manageable in a perfect angle.
Chopping it up there and rolling it on. That's really all he could do. Good shot.
All right, Scott, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
I think I'd rather have Tyrrell Hatton's position than Xander Schauffele's.
Whoa.
Just because of the angle?
Because of the angle, and he's just got a couple of fescue fingers that are reaching over the ball, but they're light. You could almost make a case that if you could hit it over here on purpose, you would.
Yeah. Well, no, that would be the problem for Xander, is he's got a bad angle straight downwind. There's nothing right of the hole location for Xander, so I was kind of saying 8 to 10 feet left of it was probably about as good as you can do. But yes, if Tyrrell can judge the way this ball comes off the club, he actually got a great angle to roll it up there by the hole.
And it's just 100 yards to the hole, and you're just trying to land it right on, well, right next to Brooks Koepka's ball. This green seems to be a little more springy than most.
Didn't hop out like he was anticipating.
That was almost perfect timing with that plane flying by with the advertisement and Hatton's approach in the air. The two cross-secting as Tyrrell comes up short. And now Schauffele, let's see what he does with this flip wedge.
74 to the hole. Needs to carry it 70.
Yeah, these are just the little feel shots that these guys are good at. He was trying to go left, and there you go. Ned, you called it. You just can't stop it.
Way deep, and that rolls off the back
into a terrible spot.
And you'd much rather be where Hatton ended up than where Schauffele did.
Yeah, I mean, that's such bad luck that it trickled up against that high edge. Now he's going to have to, like, belly it or, I don't know, 5-wood it. There's no telling. But none of them are real comfortable.
So the ad said flavor wins going by. Right now the course winning in Aronimink, and you see Schauffele turning into a statue, awaiting his fate to see how far that would roll out over the back of the green.
Well, he got it up there too close. You know, ultimately, their strategy there didn't work very good. They were talking about hitting 3-wood to carry that left bunker to have a better angle, but
Well, could it have been the right strategy and just poor execution?
well, it could have been, but I don't think he could have got it close from there, like Ned was saying. So I think that's happening a lot, George. The golf course is playing hard enough in the wind and the weather. Your strategy needs to be great because execution's tough.
Which is usually when Xander Schauffele plays his best in these type of conditions.
Well, as solid as he hits iron shots, he was just too close to spin it there, and that's such a hard shot to finesse on a cold, windy day.
Yeah.
Schauffele, 10-time winner on the PGA Tour in his career. His 10th year out here. 32-year-old, played college golf at San Diego State. Married, he and his wife Maya had their first son Victor last August. He's gotten to a point in his career where family man, a father, 2-time major champion. There's the profile, born in La Jolla, lives now on the East Coast in Florida. He has had so many close calls and now success in majors. It seems to just deeply and innately have him elevate his game when the stages are the biggest in the professional game.
He's been a force. He must have a decent enough lie to kind of pitch this up in the air. No, he didn't. He went with the blade on purpose.
Races by close to 10 feet.
Yeah, when he was kind of putting the club behind it, it looked like he might think he could chop down on it, but there is no first cut here around the green, so it just rolls up right up against this 2 or 3 inch rough, and hard to get solid contact and consistent contact.
Hatton to the inch. They have it 43 feet 5 inches, 2.5 feet of break from left to right.
This is going to be a sincere test for Tyrrell Hatton today and his patience. There are a lot of people out, the wind and the greens and the hole locations will keep him busy.
Yeah, the greens just basically should continue to dry up and get crispier and tougher to putt.
And they almost feel they've gotten faster. Putts like this that don't look that quick end up having pace.
And on cue, knocks it 7 feet past.
It's just been remarkable how they keep running past the hole.
Yeah, in theory, that should have been uphill.
Ned, I'd rather be where Schauffele is now than Hatton. They're both struggling to scratch out pars here.
4 feet versus 7 feet. George, you're going out on a limb there. No, Scott, I won't take that bet for pizza.
Yeah, okay, that's good. We had our pizza last night.
It was delicious. Alex Smalley will sign for a 69. He posts 4 under par. 3 players tied for the lead at 4 under.
And what ends up happening is, if you're Brooks Koepka, you just watch Tyrrell Hatton race one past the hole. So now you get a little skittish and you limp it and it comes up a foot short.
And a par after his tee shot would be just fine. Wow, there you go. Look at that. I mean, he had to not be real aggressive with that, and it still went by 4 feet.
It's uncanny, really. Normally, as you see greens grow out in the afternoon, and certainly earlier in the week, they were slowing down, but I guess the wind, the sun, lack of humidity, these things are drying out and the blades laying down and getting quick.
Yeah, I think that's it. The wind, the sun, and the low humidity, which has been getting less and less humid as we go along. So it'll be crispy here the rest of today's round for sure.
They've got Schauffele at 9 feet, Hatton at 8 feet. Koepka just inside 6 feet. All of these guys with par putts on the third.
Yeah, just a little drive and a flip wedge.
And you must factor in the wind on your putting now in terms of break and speed.
Schauffele to stay 2 back. After a 370-yard tee shot, Xander Schauffele will walk off this 3rd green with a bogey.
Yeah, and how do you know that you should hit your 70-yard shot just to the front edge of the green and just be happy with the par? You got a little flip wedge, you think, oh, I'm making birdie. Conditions are tough.
Hatton from above the hole.
Needs to hit a good putt. He hadn't hit a good one on the first 2 holes.
He knew right away. 2nd bogey in his first 3 holes. He'll slide back to +4. Data Golf saying about a 70% chance the cut ends up at +4 at the end of the day. So he's already given up enough ground where he'd be right around that potential cut line. Tyrrell lets you know immediately what he's thinking.
You think his caddy wears like cotton in his ears or like
earplugs?
Earplugs just to muffle the sound a little bit.
For a guy who's been struggling with the putter, to see one from this distance going could be big for Brooks Koepka.
It could be. He needs to really commit to a solid putt here.
He was winning majors. He was automatic from this distance. And Koepka,
that may be a really good sign for him.
with the par, the 5-time major champ, 3 times has won the PGA Championship, 2018, 19, and 2023. Scoot you over to the 4th, Scott.
Well, it's helping a little bit more today than it was yesterday, but right to left. So these guys are, if they're hitting a good drive, yesterday we saw it was more into the wind and they were pretty far back. Today I've kind of been watching coverage and guys are getting a much more scoreable club and a little bit easier hole location. The only miss is like yesterday we saw with Scotty Scheffler, you can't be long left.
It's interesting looking at Aronimink, and that's the difference in hole locations from round 1 to round 2. Of the 7 easiest holes on the course, 5 of the 7 come the first 5 holes. So you got to make birdies when you can.
I agree. Well, the 3rd hole is a good example. You can drive it down there where you have a wedge or a L wedge or whatever, but the hole locations are getting tougher because the greens are getting faster and firmer and the wind keeps blowing. So I don't think there's a whole lot of scoring chances anymore.
Koepka hasn't hit a fairway yet in this 2nd round, and that streak will end right here.
Yeah, I think he did the reverse announcer's curse. Piped it.
That was smashed. His caddy, Ricky Elliott, over his left shoulder. Ricky first caddied for Brooks' 2013 PGA Championship. Been together ever since. Here's Xander.
He'd like to hit the same drive he hit on the last hole. I think he'd manage it a little bit better.
Okay, Xander.
I think he did.
He's not having issues with the driver, that's for sure.
No, that's a bomb right there.
It's going to fly by the ball, Brooks Koepka.
Perfect angle. If it stays, and it does.
Hatton doesn't quite have the horsepower that Koepka and Schauffele do. But when he is on, one of the best iron players in the game. Hasn't been on through the first 3 holes. Settles down in the rough.
Yeah, his blood is boiling.
He might be blowing soon. Hatton at +4. Schauffele, Koepka 1 under. You're watching ESPN Plus. For 2 days, Scott, all we've been talking about, it's so hard here at Aronimink, no one's going low, and then Chris Gotterup said, not so fast, on the 11th for birdie.
Beautiful putt.
He was +2 then after a 2/72 round 1. That got him to +1, then on 17, helps when the putter starts heating up.
You know, when he plays, when he's been winning these tournaments, he's been making putts of that length.
Gotterup with 2 wins already this season. Sony Open, WM Phoenix Open. Kept it going over on the front 9. At 3.
The treacherous third, no problem for Mr. Gotterup.
He put a circle on the card there. We'll zip up to the 7th. His approach just 102 in.
Yeah, what a drive there.
Oh yeah, pepper in the pit to kicking range. He would finish with a flurry. Birdie on 7. We got the tees pushed up 70 yards on the 8th today.
Well, just trying to make it, being able to finish the hole. What a shot there.
Gotterup, birdie on 7 and 8. He would throw in another one on the 9th for good measure. A 5 under 65 today, not just the low round today, the low round of the week so far. Scott, he has played his way into contention, just a shot back. 4-time PGA Tour winner, was also 3rd at the Open last year.
Yeah, not a surprise the way he hits the golf. I mean, he makes that sound that not that many guys make when he hits like a solid iron shot. It's kind of one of those deals where you lose your breath. And if you make putts like, if he's filling it up, his short game's gotten so much better. And if he keeps making putts like that, he'll be right there at the end.
Ball position for the 3 tee shots. Played his final year of college golf, Oklahoma. He's what, in Edmond? You guys have an Oklahoma connection?
Yeah, he played golf at Oak Tree for about a year, and then he comes back in the summer now. He's moved to South Florida, and which is a good move for him.
What's Chris like day to day?
Really a great guy. Looks like a big old mean tough guy, and he's really kind of like a big teddy bear and just loves playing golf.
Family has a place in the Jersey Shore, not too far from here. He's a Philly fan and enjoying the week so far. Hatton in the rough, Ned.
Yeah, it's right on a cut line, and he came up, he looked at it, put his hand on his hips and pointed as if to say, come on, make up your mind, get to the left or the right, but don't stay here. Just outside of 150, but back into a freshening breeze. Oh, that came out pretty well. Maybe better than he thought, actually.
Over is no good.
Big hop past the pin.
Oh. If he didn't like that one, that lie, he's going to hate this one.
From bad to worse. Hatton mean mugging where that second shot ended up. Now look looking at the golf gods, wondering why do you have it out for me early in the second round?
Is that who he's talking to when he's mumbling all the time?
Scott, you've lived that life, and you know where you have these little breaks or bad breaks seemingly that happen over the course of a round, where it's that type of day where you're 1 foot off the fairway and you get a lie like that, or 1 yard.
That's what makes tournament golf really hard.
Koepka in the fairway.
You don't get many opportunities to be aggressive, but this is a nice one.
Yeah, I agree. Whoa. Kind of got up in the wind and rode it there, didn't it, Ned?
You just have to keep it out of the breeze. Scotty Scheffler hit the most beautiful flighted skipping 9-iron here earlier today from just about the same distance as Xander. 132 all the way to the flag by my math. Be looking to land at 125.
Well, he's a pretty high ball hitter in general.
Can he atone for the mistake last hole?
He tried to take it down.
This might need to get down.
It's okay. Good shot.
Just about hole high. What's your read on Schauffele post 2024? He has those 2 majors, massive year. And then since then it has sputtered a little bit based on his resume through 2024. Everything he had accomplished, it seemed like it was going to be the springboard to potentially be a big 3 with Scotty, Rory, and Xander Schauffele. Hasn't quite materialized.
Well, he still looks so good. I mean, obviously, there's very few people. Only the greatest of the great Hall of Famers are guys that seem like they don't lose it. And even they lose it a little bit, you know, kind of get out of sorts. Yeah, he had a huge year. Obviously, other distractions came about in his life, and it's all part of learning and growing as a guy who is a big-time winner on the PGA Tour. I mean, it's a life that it changes and you have to adjust. And I still think the guy's going to win a bunch. He looks so good to me.
Does he remind you of anyone that you may have played against, or historically speaking?
Well, he's just good at everything, but now he hits the ball so much further than anybody realizes. I mean, he just kills it off the tee. He's not a big guy. I kind of think if he gets in the groove again, he might have another 2-year, another year of 2 majors in the same year. That's the kind of player he is and how good he is.
Okay, so it doesn't remind you of anyone specifically, but has the potential for another multi-major season. And I do agree with you, where underrated how far he hits it. He's always top 20 or top 25 in driving distance. What do you think, Ned?
I'll give you the underrated, underappreciated, but extraordinarily talented. And I think back to full health, the putter needs to cooperate a little bit better for Xander, and we're going to find him right back where he left off in 24.
Does Hatton need extraordinary talent to get this up and down, or is it doable?
This is, he looked at it in spite. He's got to plunk it out and hope that it gets about 5 feet.
That's a great shot.
Yep.
Even though it came up 4 feet short, that could go anywhere from right there. That could move about a foot, or it could move about 70 feet past the hole.
If you're a 15 handicap watcher, what's the trick to that?
Hit it like a bunker shot and just either hope or trust that you're going to catch the right kind of contact. It takes a lot of practice, to be honest with you.
Can Koepka give this a go?
He can. Back foot, hands forward.
Ooh.
Simmer.
Kind of nuked it, but a much easier shot.
And that's,
you just hate to not have a birdie look there after hitting the fairway.
Big time, Ned, and now he's in that stress test range again, and 5 feet for par.
Interestingly, Koepka was good yesterday, as Mark Brooks kept pointing out, of par putts inside of, call it 8 feet. He made almost all of them, if not all of them. But he gave himself a lot of those, Scott, because he had 20 feet for birdie, 15 feet for birdie, and he'd run it 6 feet past.
That's been the theme for a lot of guys, sounds like. So he's had trouble adjusting to the speed the last, couple steps around each hole location.
He had one of the more confounding rounds. He was 138th in putting, and somehow turned in a 1 under 69 by hitting 15 out of 18 greens. Brooks Koepka a day ago.
I think that's how he's been playing here for the last month or so, just really striping it and just can't buy a putt, particularly a scoring putt like a birdie or an eagle.
Schauffele for the bounce back birdie.
It's going to try to wiggle to the right, but not much, if any.
Wind could affect this putt.
Looked good for so much of that birdie try.
Sure did.
It really darted at the end, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it was going in dead center, about a foot from the hole.
Schauffele still at 1 under. The lead now is at 5. Potgieter just birdied the 9th. He's out in front by 1. So Schauffele 4 back. There are just 29 players at or within 4 of the lead. Tyrrell Hatton is not one of those guys. He's teetering on the cut line to avoid a bogey.
And these greens, they're nearly perfect, but they do have a little grain in them, and he would have watched Sanders. And you saw Xander's really zip at the end, and I don't think even he anticipated it. That should have let Tyrrell know that his was going to be quick, even though it was uphill.
There's that leaderboard. Potgieter making the turn to the back 9, the tougher 9. Smalley done for the day at 4 under. Jason Day, the former world #1, is at 3 under par. We were talking with his past caddy, Colin Swat, swing coach. He was saying if Jason putts well, he can still contend. And he was the PGA Championship winner 11 years ago in 2015. Koepka for par.
Really solid looking stroke right there. I mean, that may be like you were saying, Ned. Par putts he's really dialed in. It's just the getting the birdie putts to go has been the problem.
Ned, wasn't that kind of his DNA when Brooks was at his peak, 2017 to 2019?
Yeah, he was an extraordinarily talented player, but he also had grit, and those two combinations, plus he had extreme length in that era. And he's starting to get some of that length back just because he's hitting it solid again, Scott.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was watching him hit balls this morning warming up, and he's kind of making it look easy again, you know, as far as the way he's swinging at it and the way the ball's coming off. So, like you said, if he makes putts, then he's kind of getting back to that era.
It's going to be fascinating to watch Hatton these final 14 holes. If he shows some grit, he's able to turn things around after this scratchy start. Par 3 5th up next, Scott.
Yeah, 184. Hole location is in the very back. You do not want to go over the green, but it does kind of funnel in there towards this hole location. With the wind blowing, though, that always makes it kind of dicey. So try to land it in the middle and let it trickle back would be probably the safest and most productive shot. Ned, how much is the wind blowing right now on this par 3 5th?
Still strong, at least a club.
In right to left?
In right to left. Earlier today, it was a club and a half when we made the turn and got over here. I was just thinking, too, that if, George, what you were saying with those winds, if they die down, how much of an advantage this wave of the draw is going to have versus those guys who had to play yesterday in the cold and wind and then this morning the same.
Yeah, I agree, and that happens a lot. You know, it really, and particularly if you got variable weather, like a British Open, you know, you go there and sometimes one side of the draw the first 2 rounds, 60 guys make the cut and only 15 from the other side because of the weather. Well, you play in Philly in May, you got kind of similar variable weather. So these guys, I think, caught a better break.
We know for right-handers, right to left putts usually are so much easier than left to right putts. So for how to play left to right breaking putts, let's check in for the first time this afternoon at a PGA of America headquarters in Frisco, Texas with Joe Hallett. Joe.
George, Scott, yes, the patented left to right putt, which somewhere in the hierarchy of ranking is right next to a root canal for a right-handed golfer. You know, so many times we see that right-handed golfer get up here, and believe it or not, they start to put some body English on it, trying to hope that they can get the ball to break right, and as soon as they do it, they know they've missed the putt low. Here's a little bit of a cheat code for you. When you're in pressure, take that ball and move it a little bit forward in the stance. Even if you do this, which I doubt you're gonna do because you have to stay down through the ball longer, the ball might start out on line, and the face will definitely be square as you come through. So the pressure's on, a little bit forward in the stance. I can tell you this much, it's not gonna miss low. Left to right is good, root canals, not so much.
Joe speaks the truth.
I'd have to agree with him.
There's the weight on the par 3 fifth. So with the left to right miss in mind, here's Xander Schauffele. And one of those where you fall in love with the line and just didn't quite have the speed.
I mean, it looks so good though coming in there. It's a beautiful roll. You can see how pure the greens are for playing on a windy afternoon. I mean, the greens are still perfect.
So I had this conversation with Nota Begay, who famously putted with the bullseye, put righty and lefty. And he said a right-handed putter from 10 feet, it's anywhere from a factor of 8 to 12% more likely to miss it if it's a left to right breaking putt than if it's right to left, because of your dominant eye, and you're more open if it's right to left with your sight line than versus left to right. So that was why he would putt lefty on those type breaking putts, or righty, which makes sense. And Jack Nicklaus has always talked about it, like your tendency is to miss it on the low side, like Joe was talking about it. You almost want to feel like you're pulling it to make sure you get it through the break. Well, what were the feels that you would look for as we're getting a little peek of the 5th hole with Ricky Fowler with a birdie attempt to get within 3?
Well, this one looks like right up the trough, so decent putt. But to your point, Nota, I played a lot of golf with Nota, and if you always feel like your feet are below the ball as far as the break, it's easier to push the ball up the line than it is to pull it down the left line. So a right-handed player, usually your dominant right hand, more right hand in your stroke, easier to push it up with your right hand, which if you miss it, you miss it high, which is in theory a much better miss than a miss low. So
what was your, I guess, your approach mentally, say from 10 feet with a left to right breaking putt?
I tried to be as still as I could possibly be. I mean, Joe made a good point. You kind of inadvertently come out of putts if you try to look up too early. Left to right putts, I just really tried to stay down as long as possible with my center, and just you can't ever force them in. You just got to hit the good putt and let it go.
This group on 5. Fowler missed the birdie putt. Ludwig Oberg to get back to even for the week. And that didn't move at all. Completely confused him.
I mean, that putt looked like it broke 4 different ways. I think the greens are confounding a lot of guys because they're not used to playing here, and they're so good and so fast that guys are obviously, I mean, look at the scores. Guys are obviously having a hard time getting dialed in.
Ricky Fowler carrying a lot of momentum recently. A lot of positives to take from last week, even with the bogey on the 72nd hole T2 at the Truist Championship.
Yeah, he's playing a lot better. I mean, just it seems to be settling into a better routine and a better expectation for his game. Hitting it good, putting good. You know, I know he wants to win.
Fellow Oklahoma State Cowboy.
Oh, yeah.
One of your guys.
We had a powwow on the driving range with Hunter Mahan before the round.
Hunter.
We had a bunch of different generations of Cowboys.
Working on ESPN Plus. For Bryson, you think it's the live golf and his future that's just led to this, call it, slump in majors? He's been such a big factor the last 2 years. Misses the cut at the Masters, the 76 yesterday, 4 straight pars to start today.
I mean, you know, who knows? But yes, life has changed off the golf course and sort of on the golf course because of the live stuff quite a bit since last year at this time. So, yeah, when you're unsettled, if you're unsettled off the golf course, it's hard to be settled on the golf course.
DeChambeau. Couple looks at the hole. And that'll miss on the high side. At +7. Well outside the likely cut.
A lot of work to do.
Which Data Golf's still giving a 65% chance of being at +4. My gut's telling me it'll end up at +4.
If the wind blows till 4 or 5 o'clock, definitely. The next couple hours are still going to be really difficult.
So currently at +3, but you get it's like handicapping a horse race. You got to wait for the final turn and where it's going to end at the end of the day. So right now it's top 70 and ties at +3. Good chance, assuming the trees are still blowing in the wind like we're seeing right now, it'll end up at +4. All right, Ned, paint the picture here on the 5th.
All righty, so we're downhill 4 yards. The wind is actually starting to calm a bit. You can feel it up here on the tee because you're elevated. Long, just like we had at the 4th, is no good. Deep rough and a tricky short-sided up and down.
Used to come get up over that hill. No. Yeah, now this green has a lot of movement in it, so there's lots of little humps and bumps. So reading this green's pretty hard.
And it's cut right in that saddle between the two spines that almost waterfall their way from the back of the green towards the front. This is likely a hard 8 or a little 3-fingered 7.
Looked like took a little off it, so probably a 7. The wind's probably a little in there, isn't it?
But look at the flag on the green right now.
Yeah, it's
Right, it doesn't look like it's doing anything, but up on the tee again, because it's elevated, you can really feel it in your face. So you're guarding against going long, but you're trying to read what you think is happening down by the green.
And Ned, that's always the funny mind games, because you want to be looking at where your ball will apex 80 to 100 feet in the air, but the optics of the flag being still can play some mind games.
Exactly. And this looks like an 8 for Tyrrell.
well, this is a mind game right here.
And he went hard after it.
And he got it back there. Pretty good shot.
Solid shot by Hatton. Gets over that ridge. He's got the best birdie attempt coming up on the 5th. The blimp shot. Hatton in flight at the 5th. Has some ground to make up if he's going to see the weekend at the PGA Championship. It's Friday at Aronimink.
you can do is about 15 feet, and then if you can two putt from there, you're good.
Ned, how taxing is it just trying to not only figure out all the breaks and the contours on these greens, but then match it up with the speed?
Extraordinarily, because you end up, if you're thinking about speed when you're putting, that's never a good thing. So just multiple elements, and this is a good example.
And he did a good job with the speed.
Great job.
And you throw in there too the wind, George, and the 12th green theory. Now we're really twisting ourselves up.
Well, Brooke, how much break does Brooks have to play here?
Again, it's one of those, the higher you play it, the more it's going to break.
Well, you can see he's looking way out there to the right. I mean, that's a pretty big hill on the green between him and the hole location, isn't it?
It's about a 4.5 foot drop.
Yeah.
And I hit some putts here on Tuesday, and I was surprised at how quick it was down these spines.
Well, and it's downwind once it gets over the top, too.
From 32 feet out, Brooks Koepka, nearly the rainmaker. Wow.
How about that putt? What a great putt. It's not as easy as it looks when you have to pick a spot, you know, that's 15 feet right of the hole location and just trust that it's going to get on down there. Great putt.
I was having this debate earlier in the week if these greens would help or hurt Brooks Koepka, who's been struggling based on the fact that you have to play these crazy slopes, and does it then almost free a guy up where you have to rely more on artistry and creativity than anything technical. But he didn't putt great yesterday, so he at least had a phenomenal lag there today and hasn't given up any ground with 5 consecutive pars.
No, and he's hit some good putts already today.
Hatton,
he needs one. I don't think he's really hit a good putt yet today.
I doubt he would disagree with you.
I don't think he would. And that is definitely bothering him. He is an extremely solid ball striker. I mean, I was watching him on the range. He has such a simple swing. And his powerful swing, his torso and core, really good.
Very repeatable swing. Schauffele, couple feet. He still trails by 4. Let's go tee to green on the 390-yard par 4 6th.
Well, most guys are hitting driver here, carrying all the stuff on the right. Wind's down left to right, so they kind of hit a little cut, and you end up with a wedge in. But this green also has a lot of slope to it, and it's a little bit further back and left than it was yesterday. So the hill is not as big of a deal. You're still probably going to have to skip it up it, but if you miss it left, you're going to be short-sided downwind. You're going to be in a bad spot.
The stats on the hole. Almost playing even Steven. 42 birdies, 46 bogeys. But today, playing harder, almost a quarter shot over par.
Yeah, if you drive it in the rough, then like every hole out here, you drive it in the rough, and all of a sudden you're bringing bogeys into play, even on a short hole.
How about that? 18 consecutive pars for Brooks Koepka, the longest par major streak of his career. Koepka first out.
And this hole, you will see it is all about the hole location when you get up on the green.
Yeah, it's over that left mound. Okay, wow, he's way up there in a great angle. Right side, great angle to the hole location from right there.
The way to get it close is to bump something short and just hope that it can barely crawl over that mound you talked about, because you fly it all the way there and it's so firm it bounces over the back.
Yeah, similar to what Scotty Scheffler did on this hole yesterday. You're going to have to hit the low spinner to one-hop it up that hill. But first you got to hit the fairway.
And driver for Xander, he better hug that right center.
It's a nice hard cut. Should be perfect. I think it's perfect. He's watching, but I think it's carrying everything. Oh, no, didn't carry everything. That had to be a mishit for him.
I thought it came a little off of the toe from about 100 yards down on the left from the tee, but sounded and looked a little toey. And that will be a complicated situation. Depends on the lie. Hatton has to go a little bit farther left. As you mentioned, he doesn't have quite the horsepower under the hood.
But it's okay.
In the fairway. There he is, synonymous with Philadelphia. Those top of those steps in the background, you see the Rocky statue.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship, live here right now in the Coach's Corner in Frisco, Texas, here at the PGA headquarters. You know, one of the interesting holes is the 6th hole. It's a little shorter, about 390 yards, and we will see all kinds of clubs hit off the tee. Now, I want to kind of address this to all of us that play the short par 4s. We're going to watch some players today hit irons, maybe a 2-iron. You might watch them hit hybrids, but I know a lot of us, once we get on the teeing ground, we like to bring out the boss. We like to bring out the big stick, the driver, and we don't necessarily need all the driver. Here's a unique little tip that I learned from a former U.S. senior amateur champion years ago, Bo Williams. He told me, grip that guy down all the way to the bottom of the club, literally right on the bottom. Now, what that's going to do for you is it's going to bring you in a little closer to the ball. You're going to probably be setting up like you would with your 7-iron. It's going to shorten your swing a little bit, and it's going to take something off of that drive when you hit a full swing. So I probably took about 20 yards off of that. Oh, and by the way, it flights it really nice too, which is important over here today in the wind. Grip down on that driver a little bit, and you're going to find that ball going right down the fairway.
Good advice there for the average Joe or Jill.
If you're playing golf in North Texas, where he's at Frisco, where this tournament will be next year, they better plan on some wind.
Been a long wait to bring a major back to Texas.
Yeah, and then
we'll see it next year. PGA Frisco. You been around that design?
I have. It's quite a. The facility's phenomenal. I mean, all the stuff the PGA of America did there. Great place for a home. Playing there in May, it could be very dicey with rain and wind and all that stuff. So the golf course is hard with the wind blowing hard.
Koepka, longest drive on the 6th, 322 yards.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll stand before the rain back in.
Any lip issues for Schauffele?
Negative. If he doesn't catch it pure, there will be, but he's on the upslope.
Yeah.
Lie seems good enough. But he's got to make a decision. Is he going to land it short, or is he going to try to fly it to the center of the green?
I don't know. When you think try to fly it to the center of the green and not worry about the whole location here?
Exactly.
A little chunky.
Schauffele will have to get up and down from short in the fairway. Otherwise, he'll give up more ground to the leader, Potgieter.
What is it to the top of the slope?
76. Very complimentary.
This would be a chance for Tyrrell to kind of get back on his horse and see if he can do something.
80 yards to the hole and 75 if he can land it right at the top. He needs to get down the yard.
Tyrrell flew that too far. Landed hole high, one big hop and over.
Scott, if I told you we were in Scotland and we were playing a link-style golf course, you would almost consider bumping something here for Brooks. You might even consider a big slappy putter or something.
Oh, I think he's got to hit it low and bounce it up that hill.
Yeah.
Like Scotty
Like
did
this.
yesterday. Yeah, perfect. I think it's the only shot you have, the way the green sits and the way the wind's blowing and how firm it's getting.
Classy shot by Brooks Koepka. Who played over on the DP World Tour before becoming a mainstay on the PGA Tour. I wonder if he picked up shots like that during his time traveling in Europe and Asia and everywhere that tour goes. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. I am surprised more Americans don't take the opportunity. If you're picking Korn Ferry Tour or DP World Tour or where to play prior to the PGA Tour, to try and qualify over in Europe and play for a year or two or three before then coming over to play the PGA Tour.
I agree. I mean, with the 10 spots being given,
Now that they have the 10 spots.
they have the 10 spots coming off the DP World Tour are automatically exempt on the PGA Tour. You can expand your golf game quite a bit. You're not going to play in as good of conditions, but you're going to learn a lot of different shots, kind of like that.
Ned, you played over there. What are your thoughts?
I was going to say, Scotty didn't have to make any decisions. He just
won at
waltzed
college
out on the PGA Tour. I so enjoyed my time in Asia. Started there and was fortunate, had some early success, and then onto the DP World Tour. Memories and friends for the lifetime, and I do think it makes you a well-rounded player. And you need shots like this for Xander to throw it back in your stance, drive it into the mound.
Didn't grab on that second or third bounce, so poor drive. It looks like it's going to cost him.
Schauffele's shoulders slumping on the walk up. He's still not technically on the putting surface. Will be putting from off the fringe for par.
And George, just to add a comment to that, Scott, one thing that I found playing overseas is you end up seeing different trajectories. In America, you can get very accustomed to just going high and hitting little flop shots. Like this one, he just needs to pop it out.
Soft.
Scared it.
Oh, man. This is getting hot in a hurry for Tyrrell.
And I'd be willing to bet you of these three putts, somebody's going to have a 4-footer left for their next putt. This hole, earlier in the day, nobody could judge it. And around the cup, it just seemed like it was so elusive. Players missing it left and right, but not only that, running it 5 feet past was so much faster than they thought.
It seems to be the case every hole.
Yeah, agreed. This one was magnified.
They have this at exactly 13 feet. Otherwise, it'll be bogey number 2 for Schauffele in this second round.
And I have absolutely no idea what it's going to do. I've read it. I saw it this morning. Similar putt. Couldn't tell you.
We're all about brutal honesty and radical transparency. Appreciate that, Ned.
Yes, let's hope he has an idea.
To stay under par for the week, didn't even get it there.
They may have been watching the early coverage. Classic overcompensation.
Underwhelming start for Schauffele.
Yeah,
First 6, the easiest stretch on the course, and he's 2 over today.
Yeah, and 2 of the shortest holes on the golf course. Hasn't worked.
That's another left to right putt that he left short. This could give Koepka a spark, get within 3 of the leader pot getter.
Maybe he's learned something, Ned, from watching all these other balls rolling around this whole location. See if he can read it correctly.
George, you told that story about the greens being so old. You know, it's almost like as we age, we get wrinkles. These greens seem to have wrinkles, and they're definitely...
Should go right, shouldn't it?
It should.
Right in the cup.
How about that?
Brooks Koepka 1 under today. His first birdie at the 6th. 2 under for the week. 3 back of the leader.
And he has done the exact opposite from Tyrrell. Tyrrell hadn't hit a good putt yet. Brooks has hit every putt good. I mean, really good. So for a guy who's been struggling putting, maybe he found something.
He has looked great inside 10, 12 feet today with the putter.
And this place is ready to erupt. They're looking for some energy. They're looking for a player that they can get behind. That might just be big, bad Brooks Koepka. Watch his head. He was a little quick in the transition yesterday. The head was coming up early.
Trying to keep it down. You mentioned eruption. I was hoping we weren't going to have it right there. So good for Mr. Hatton.
Steadier stroke for Tyrrell at +5. Needs to find birdie somewhere these next 12 holes. Par 4 7th, doable with a good tee shot, Scott?
Yeah, since it's only 422, which is nothing for these guys. It is into the wind.
Hard fairway to find, though.
It is a hard fairway to hit, but if you do get it in the short grass, you're going to have some sort of wedge. And if you can flight it right, we saw Goddard do it earlier in the day, you can hit it in there close. And you need to take advantage of this one in the 9th hole, in my opinion, before you head back to the back 9.
Hardest fairway to hit in this second round at Aronimink Golf Club. The field 39 for 105. That is a 37.1% clip.
I guess that shows you how hard it is to hit this fairway. And if you do miss it, you've got to miss it left. If you want any chance of knocking it on the green, it's got to be left miss.
One of the blind tee shots at Aronimink. And I was wondering, strategy-wise, it's one of the holes that actually makes guys think they want to pull driver, push it down there. Do you go 3-wood, more positional play? It's a hard fairway to hold because it has that camber from right to left. Did you have a good sense standing on the tee box? What would be the predominant play for players this week at the PGA, Scott?
Well, yeah, on this hole with the way the wind direction it is and all that, you need to cut it back up against the wind to try to hold it up against the hill, not to roll out. But I think if the wind was not blowing, you'd see more guys hit less club off the tee and have an 8 iron in, 9 iron in, instead of trying to pump it up down there as far as possible.
Here's Ken Brown on the price you pay if you miss the fairway and have to play from the rough on 7.
The fairways here are miles wide, some 50 yards wide, but an interesting feature here, which is quite unusual, is there's very little second cut. There's very little fringe. So you're either on the fairway, and there's this little, well, it's a foot, just over a foot wide. And I was walking round yesterday and asked what sort of height they were cutting at. And he said 1.5 and 3.5 inches. And interestingly, the mower was set at an angle like that. So this is about 1.5 inches long here, and here it's 3 inches long, and it just gets blended into the rough. So that is a second cut. So on this golf course, you're either on the fairway, perfect spot, and they are wide fairways, or a yard offline, bonk, and your ball just disappears into the rough. 3 inches down there. From there, you can do anything you like. From down here, well, you're lucky to get it out with some of them. Tough, tough, tough. So no margin of error. Fairway, rough. You're either in trouble or in the perfect spot.
And that's been the case this week. There's the rough on 7. It has the hummocks up the right-hand side. And for that, there's some spots you could draw a little bit of a lie, others where it buries. And if you miss right, you have a horrible angle to where the green is.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, I saw guys earlier kind of hit it straight through the fairway, but they got over to where the people were standing, and you actually had a decent shot at it. But get to the right, you're done.
Ludwig Oberg in the middle of the fairway at 7.
Well, should be able to attack from here.
Can he make this a scoring opportunity?
I think it's steep enough to come back. No.
Pretty average approach.
Yeah, and I think that's just the wind. I mean, it's just hard to judge the distance when the wind's blowing this hard.
Oberg's last 6 starts, 5 top 8 finishes.
Yeah, some say he's pretty good.
He's had a lot of good finishes, but 2 wins on tour. Seems to have the makings of a future star in the game, but we place such an emphasis on wins versus top 3s or top 4s. So that would be the next step in his career.
It sure would be. Figure out the way to win and then get used to it.
Koepka ready to go.
The wind heavy into his face and chilly now too.
Right rough, it appears.
You good, baby? Chipping the putt. Chipping the putt. You good?
He hated that strike.
Yeah.
Ned, why is this such a tough fairway to find?
It's awkward. It's unnerving. You can't see the landing area. And you're trying to keep it down a little bit into this wind, but you're also still trying to curve it left to right to fight the camber of the fairway.
Yeah, you almost have to hit a little cut to keep it in the fairway.
Just a carbon copy finish-wise, but Hatton's spitting left into the gallery.
And he's way better off than Brooks. That was kind of my point. The gallery's pretty close to the left side there. You can get to where they are and you have a better angle and probably a better lie.
Ned, fairway wide open for Schauffele.
And he has the ability to hit the straight shot. And the miss here is left. You can make a par. You might even be able to sneak a birdie out of the left side. Right is just an absolute bogey city.
It's high cut. And stepping on it. That was nuked.
Yeah, into the wind up the hill. Perfect. I'm sure he's a little perturbed that he's made a couple bogeys today. And, as good as he is, he's got to be looking for some really good birdie chances.
108th playing of the PGA Championship. Took 64 years to come back to Philly at Aronimink Golf Club. A reminder what we have for your viewing pleasure on ESPN Plus, 4 different feature groups. You got DeChambeau, Ludwig Oberg, Fowler. We've been tracking the group ahead of us. Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, John Rahm. McIlroy trying to make a charge after a 74 today. Spieth and Rahm were 1 under coming into round number 2. Gary Woodland, Jason Day, who's on that first page of the leaderboard, just 2 back of Aldrich Potgieter, T3, and Sam Burns, and then holes 15, 16, and 17, where you have a past PGA Championship winner, and Jeff Sluman, who was on the broadcast. Slu won in 1988.
He certainly did. I remember that. It was quite a victory for him, and it was at Oak Tree National where they're going to have the. They've had other major championships, mainly senior ones now.
Brooks Koepka in this second round.
Solid par putt on 3.
Then on 6. Koepka. Oh yeah. 2 under par, 3 back at Potgieter. In the last 30 years, it goes Tiger Woods with 4, Brooks Koepka with 3. That's the list of most PGA Championship wins.
Obviously, the PGA Championship setup, you know, like Kerry Hakes tries to say, what are the green speeds? Championship speed. It suits him well. That doesn't look like it suits him well, though.
Not so much. Ned, which, you can't be in 2 places at once. Did you go left side or right side here on 7?
Truth, I went to the hamburger place just to the right of the 7th. Then I came over and I checked out Brooks Koepka's lie, and same as yesterday. Of course, I described it as impossible yesterday, and then he rifled something up there just short of the green, walked away with a par. He's going to have more work today, though. That is some pretty nasty stuff where he is. Tyrrell Hatton actually has a good angle. He's working right back into the breeze. Lie is workable, but a long way back. It'll be playing at least 190, Scott. And then how about the drive for Xander Schauffele? Just bludgeoned it.
Yeah, just perfect.
Schauffele's was 321, 55 yards ahead of Koepka. Well past Hatton. Corey Connors the longest drive on this hole at 330. Again, Schauffele either the longest or close to the longest.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power off the tee. It's amazing.
And that's into a, I'm going to give it a 2-club win now. And the temperature's dropped a good 5 or 6 degrees since we were on the tee over at 6.
I mean, could he consider hitting it on the green from here, Ned?
Brooks?
Yes.
I can't believe it. No, Justin Rose was over here earlier today and had a much better line. All he could do is bounce it into the front bunker.
Which is not horrible. I mean, if you're just on the flat in the front bunker, that's not the worst place in the world to be, is it?
No, he got it up and down. Not a bad place at all. But again, Koepka's swinging at it so well. And we know he has so much power. He could surprise me.
But up ahead, DeChambeau missed in pretty much the same spot. Just walked off the 7th green with a double bogey.
That's why they put this little area up in the driving landing zone. You got to be good.
And it'll be Hatton first. He's going to need all of a 6-iron.
Go Birds!
And the fans left to the 7th fairway.
Let him go.
Bounds on to the right section of the green. Slide over to Koepka.
And the wind back into his face, blowing those long blades of grass right back into him.
Caught a lot of ball.
My goodness.
He has to sit down now.
Hold.
Stay in that first cut. Okay. That's
Doable.
pretty impressive.
That just took brute strength for him to muscle it and land on the green.
Again, I didn't see it yesterday, and certainly didn't see it today. Just bullied it right out of there.
That's a big part of his game, too.
All right, seems like Schauffele's due to flag one.
If he just can flight it down a little bit, he can fly it all the way to the hole. This green is receptive.
Looks like a one bounce and stop type shot.
Abbreviated backstroke needs that bounce you're talking about, Scott.
Just a little short, but good shot.
It will be an uphill birdie putt straight ahead for Schauffele. Let's go back to Joe Hallett with more on how to try and play out of the deep rough.
George, Scott, this is my fairway. This is where I live, unfortunately. And, you know, we do see deep rough here. We don't always get this lie, which we can get the ball out of, but a lot of times we saw where Brooks was. And A, it takes an incredible amount of strength. But B, you got to use a club that's going to pop the ball up in the air. If you expect to move this ball forward through this, I don't even think Brooks could do that. So they're going to go in and they're going to find a club, maybe a wedge, maybe an 8-iron, but something that's got a lot of loft on it. You'll see not only the players really practice kind of working down on the ball and really kind of taking those hands and pointing those thumbs down at the ball when they hit, but they'll make a little bit of an adjustment in the setup. Probably going to lean forward a little bit so that the club goes back on a steeper angle, a little bit steeper angle. If I could hit it that good out of this, I would aim for this more often on purpose.
Not a bad idea there. Here's what Koepka had to do.
That was just pure strength right there to be able to. I mean, look at the size of the divot that came up. I mean, he basically mowed the whole area for him.
So Koepka has been a phenomenal iron player. It has been the short game that was historically strong in major championships to lead to 5 majors that has at times faltered this year. Koepka, Ned will have to get up and down to stay 3 back, a pot geeter.
And he has plenty of green with which to work. The ball did nestle down just a little bit, nosedive here into that step cut. But these are the ones, because he has that shut club face, throws it back into his stance, stands close to it, hits down and left. It should pop out and run.
Yeah, it should be a big runner. Looked like it came out a little soft.
It sure did.
Really soft.
Yeah, that, you know, the club kind of got stuck a little bit more through impact, or maybe hit it a little off the toe or something there. That ball just kind of came out like, you know, feathers instead of rockets.
He'll have 26 feet for par.
Missed the fairway. That's kind of what's been happening around here for 2 days.
But again, the moral of the story is if you're going to miss it off of the tee, miss it left, and you're going to be over there where the gallery is. The lie is going to be relatively clean. You might get unlucky and have a little bit of grass, but you're still going to be able to get something onto the green.
No, I agree. And even more importantly, the angle's much better from over there. So a lot of more options from the left.
He does have to be slightly defensive with this, as it will pick up pace the first 8 feet and then stretch out as it breaks to the front of the green.
Looks like
Turn, baby.
Turn, baby.
Nearly holds it from deep.
Easily his best putt of the day as far as quality. Sadly, it didn't go in.
Three consecutive pars. So that's how close it was to dropping. And there's Hatton.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's a big fan of the sarcastic fist pump. Koepka still away before Schauffele.
And what a scene it is here at 7. The 11th green adjacent. A couple of the chalets. And this place is ready to blow the top off of it. If Koepka could knock this in and then Xander follow, we'd have some serious momentum.
Playing
downhill the entire way.
Big breaking putt.
Yeah, here, watch right there. There it goes.
Not nearly high enough.
Well, I have a lot of respect for that. Obviously, he knew it was just really quick.
Out of position off the tee, and it'll cost Brooks Koepka a drop shot.
One of those putts, Scott, you have to be so careful with that it's hard to give it enough break.
Yeah, I think these are just. George said it. He was way out of position off the tee, and then out after a second, and then just. I think it's the death by 1,000 cuts if you drive it into the rough.
He erases the good work he did with the birdie previous hole, even on the day, 1 under for the PGA Championship, 4 behind Potgieter. Elsewhere on the course, Padraig Harrington 2 under through 6 on the back 9, now at 2 over for the week. At 53 years old, 54 years old, trying to make the cut. Pretty good chance for Schauffele, Ned.
You better believe it. Now, you left it exactly where you want to, below the hole where you can give it a good wrap. And it's just outside on the right, maybe a cup and a half.
In there.
Another left to right putt where he's come up short. That's 3 of them. His first 7 holes. Just hasn't had anything click in this second round. What a difference a day makes. 63 yards from round 1 to the back tee, which is what the par 3 8th normally plays, 246. To today, they bumped it up just 173, but it's still no gimme. It's the 4th most difficult hole, 3.306 scoring average, Scott.
The green is not receptive. The bunkers are deep, and the wind is blowing straight into you. Basically, a little right to left with the pin on the right. Still a hard shot. I mean, it's an incredibly difficult shot. And there's still groups on the tee waiting. It's a slow hole, apparently.
3.43, that's the stroke average for the week. Yesterday, it was the hardest hole on the course at 3.506. I got the choppers in the air around Philly, part of the America 250 celebration with the PGA Championship back in town.
The players are doing math now.
Best in the world fall victim to Aronimink.
Trying to figure out the cut line.
Right.
Teetering on the edge.
Things have gone sideways a bit.
Pride on the line.
I don't know if I've ever seen that from him.
And lots of money, too.
You just don't expect it from players this talented.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Top 70 in ties right now at +3. Good chance. Seeing some analytics saying 65% chance it'll move to +4 when the dust settles for round number 2. Playing the waiting game on the par 3/8. Brooks Koepka, Xander Schauffele, 7 majors between them. Fun for all ages to watch. Less fun if you're inside the ropes today, but never too young to get them out watching golf here at the PGA Championship. How about Aldrich Potgieter? Speaking of never too young to contend in a major, the 21-year-old South African got his first win on tour last year at the Rocket Classic. What he has done in this second round out of the rough.
Yeah, judged perfectly out of it. Had to have, obviously didn't look like he hit it that hard, so caught a decent line. Great shot.
Able to make birdie, get to 4 under par. Potgieter, par 5 9th in the bunker in 2.
He's got a lot of power to be up that hill in 2, and what a shot.
Just slides by to a few feet with birdie there as well. Make the turn in 2 under 33. He's through 3 on the back at the 13th now. 5 under, 1 shot lead over Alex Smalley. Matsuyama, Goddard, Jaeger, Minwoo Lee are all at 3 under par. How cute is that? I have some surprising comments from world number 1 Scotty Scheffler still to come on ESPN+.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, man? How are you? We first met in a junior tournament, and then later on in high school, we had a really good group of friends. That's when we started playing a little bit more golf together, got to visit the Young family down in Florida and create a relationship with them. So like that one there.
He's always, the first to reach out whenever I play some good golf, and we've kept in touch. Anytime you get to kind of reconnect with someone after a number of years, somewhere like this is pretty cool.
It just seems like just yesterday, watching them with the bags on their shoulder, walking down the fairway, it's pretty neat and a little bit scary all at the same time how fast that time flew.
Yeah, I've been slowly gaining speed, just trying to swing it as hard as I can. I always envisioned Cam being in a major, but I never really knew if I was ever going to make one. But to be able to both be here and spend the time together is a dream come true for me.
Awesome to see. And David Young was the longtime head pro at Sleepy Hollow, PGA of America member. Coaches his son Cameron Young. Closest he came to winning a PGA Championship was 2022 was T3, who won that week. Justin Thomas, coached by his dad, Mike, PGA of America. Ben Kern today, 3 under 67. He is the general manager at Hickory Hills Golf Club in Grove City, Ohio at +1. He's going to make the cut, the 41-year-old. The full leaderboard for the 108th PGA Championship. Aldrich Potgieter, one-shot lead over Alex Smalley. Scotty Scheffler, if you zoom down, 1/71 today. Is it 2 under in 7th, 3 back. Said this after the round, Scott Replank. Want to get your take. This is the hardest set of pin locations I've seen since I've been on tour. That includes U.S. Opens, including Oakmont. I did ask. I asked Spooch, who caddies for Justin Rose. He's been around a long time. I asked Teddy Scott, too. Have you seen anything like this before? They said maybe Shinnecock. Shinnecock is the only place they've seen that has pins that can compare to this. What do you think?
Well, I'm on both sides of the fence of this, because as a player, the conditions are hard and these greens are difficult. So, it's kind of the old saying, but the PGA started and the U.S. Open broke out, and that's kind of what's happened. Chris Gotterup didn't think they were that hard. He shot 65, but at the same time, if you struggle with it, you're going to see that they're really, really tough.
Here's Scheffler's round on 12 for par, a miss. A couple early bogeys his first 3 holes. He started the day at 3 under par. Then on 13, another par putt, another miss for Scheffler, which 3 over his first 4.
Yeah, I get it. The way the wind's blowing, we've seen it in our coverage. It's hard to get it around the hole.
Par 3 17th. This was special.
Oh, hit it.
Hit it, it did, and then some. Hit it to a foot away.
Well, that was a tough pin placement there, too.
Spin it to the front 9. Scheffler, buck 43 into the 4th.
Skip it up there, kind of how the hole is designed to play. So
another birdie on the card for Scotty. Par saver on 6. A miss. He would finish with a birdie on the 9th. He missed his first 6 fairways in the second round, hit 7 of his last 8. So overcame that slow start, 1/71. Didn't play his way out of this.
No, so kind of his comments, he's probably just blowing off a little steam. As good as he is, he should, if he missed a lot of putts today, it looked like, so he didn't play as well, but he should want him as hard as possible, because he's better than everybody else, so he's going to handle it better. So he's probably just kind of letting a little air out of the balloon and just get your stuff going with the media, and let's go out and figure out what we're going to do tomorrow.
Ned, what do you think of the pin positions, and if they're, quote, fair or unfair in places?
I thought they were borderline in a couple of places. And I would pinpoint the 6th when we came through earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
different animal. But to your point also, Chris Gotterup seemed to handle him pretty well.
Gotterup said, I don't think it's unfair, but I do think for pace of play in certain aspects, there have been a couple that are probably, quote, aggressive.
I think that's a pretty good take on it.
So the average proximity, 25 feet closer today, because the tee box is shoved up to 173, and it's still not that accessible a hole location. More than 42 feet in average proximity.
Yeah, if the wind wasn't blowing, it'd be half a shot easier at least.
No, at least. It's 168 to cover the bunker on line with the cup. 8 down, so call it 160. But the flag's flapping right back in our face, so that cancels the downhill, and you tack on a few more.
Yeah, it's all about trajectory control when you're going downhill.
And this was a dead pull and a quick swing.
Not a bad end result. Hole high, 30 feet or so away.
Yeah. Perfect.
Scott, somewhat ironically, is playing about the same distance.
Yeah, right now. Yeah. Let me know if you think it's more.
It's playing about the same distance as the 5th hole, but because we're elevated here and so much more exposed to the wind, rather than hitting those hard 8s, this is a little sawed-off 7 trying to flight it through the wind.
Yeah, when the wind's blowing this hard going downhill, when you're hitting downhill, you want the ball to stay as close to the ground as possible. Those little 3/4 knockdowns. Similar to like number 6 at Augusta, when you're so far above on a par 3. Most guys hit 3/4 shots to kind of drive the ball out, not launch it up. So this is probably a very similar type shot, Ned.
And the guys who do it well, they don't necessarily put it in the back of their stance. Like Tom Watson. He didn't really move it much back in his stance when he wanted to flight it down. He just kind of rounded his swing off and he laced it with no spin on a lower trajectory.
What do you win? 8 majors?
He knows a thing or two
he knew
about
what
the
he was
wind.
doing.
39 PGA Tour wins, 8 majors for Tom Watson. Koepka, tee shot on the green.
Okay.
What did Tom Watson fail to win? A PGA Championship. Just like Arnold Palmer. Back after this. The Grand Court and the historic Wanamaker organ inside the Wanamaker building in downtown Philadelphia. It is the largest fully functioning organ in the world. It was brought to Philadelphia by John Wanamaker in 1911 for his flagship department store. John's son Rodman is the namesake of the PGA Championship trophy, something he donated to the PGA of America in 1916 before the first ever playing of the PGA Championship. So the Philly connection that lives on for the PGA Championship.
You couldn't make that up. That's a remarkable connection and story, isn't it?
It really is. And it's one of the most well-traveled trophies in all of golf. And nice to see that this year they now have a locking mechanism for the top of the trophy, because Colin Morikawa, Scotty Scheffler, when they lifted it, the lid fell off. And they just added that this year for the 2026 PGA Championship. Some history in '62. It was the first ever PGA Championship in which the winner had the name of the course they won at etched into the Wanamaker. Before that, it used to be their home club from 1916 to 1961. So for Gary Player in '62, it says Aronimink Golf Club next to it.
Very nice. History's amazing, isn't it?
It really is, especially with this event. Ned, you get a beat on these birdie putts?
Remember that old caddy I was telling you about? I called them speed mongrels, and that's what these are. You're just trying to get these close to the hole. If they go in, that's a little bit of luck. But again, you can, these greens are immaculate, but there is grain in them, and you can see the color change about 2/3 of the way there for Xander, and then past the hole again. That's one of those that you're just trying to lag up there a couple of feet short and kick it in, get out of here with a 3.
Yeah, it looks a little down grain, and then right about there, it's back into the grain. And he did pretty well with the speed.
put the coin down. More kiddos on a Friday.
They got the skip school. What's going on? What's going on out here at this big field?
that is always a win.
That is a win.
When you either get a half-day Friday or a full day off. Koepka.
Should have got kind of a speed read. And I'd say he did.
Glides inside the coin of Schauffele. And he marks it as well. So Hatton, that's what they're projecting from 33 feet, almost 5 feet break on this one.
Yeah, it's obviously he's on the kind of the crest of the hill. So as soon as he hits it, it's going to start moving to the right and downhill most of the way.
And off to the side of the green, Brian Harman, who's playing the 10th, is navigating his third shot over there at 10, and it's distracted Tyrrell just a bit. Well, for a shot that he seemed to hate off of the tee, this ended up pretty useful. And again, you just have to give it a good wrap.
He did.
Good enough for Hatton to get on the board with a birdie.
I think that's probably the first thing that he doesn't hate today.
I bet you he'd nitpick and say, it was from too far away that I had to make that.
It very well could be, but that was a big birdie right there on a difficult hole.
Landing back at +4, which could be an important number at the end of the second round. Pretty muted reaction from Hatton. Just a wave to the crowd. He saves his fist pumps for special occasions.
Yes, he had the fingers up for that one. Yes.
Shorty for Schauffele. That's a par.
Ned, has the wind laid down at all yet?
I was just thinking that. I was looking at the flags over on 7. It's one of the high points. And they're still billowing pretty well, but maybe a few miles an hour it's laid down.
Yeah, now's about the time where they were kind of thinking it, not that it's going to lay down to nothing, but laying down just enough to make it a little more playable.
That's about what it is, a little more playable. Ooh.
Good catch.
Par for Koepka, even on the day. 1 under for the week, 4 back of Potgieter, who parred the 13th and is out in front at 5 under par. The easiest hole on the course, the par 5 9th, is next for our featured group. par 5 ninth, the easiest hole this week, but it's the longer of the 2 par 5s. So why has that been the case?
Well, the fairway's pretty generous, and the wind direction has been at worst straight across, but not really hurting. So a lot of guys, if they can't get on, they can get right up there within 4 or 5 steps of the green. So if you hit the fairway here, everybody's hitting the 3-wood or whatever club they have their longest to get it up there. And we saw Cam Young eagle this hole to finish his round today. He put him right back in the tournament. So you got to look forward to a hole where you feel like if you hit a couple good shots, you got a really, really good shot at a birdie.
What a finish for Cameron Young. The eagle on the 9th, his last hole of the day, went from even par to -2 and completely changed the vibe of his first 36. And now it seems like he is a very legitimate shot to win this PGA Championship.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you're right. He just went from like, I'm doing okay, to like, I'm just like 1 or 2 swings from being on top of this deal.
Crazy part in talking with his dad, David Young, I think we discussed this, that he historically always played a draw. And they were chasing perfect, trying to have him be able to play a cut. At Wyndham last year, he just said, Dad, you know what? I'm just going to go back to playing a draw. That's what I'm comfortable with. Wins Wyndham by 6, has won 3 times since last August, all the way up to number 3 in the world. Sometimes you just can't fight your DNA.
No, I think, honestly, the best players in the world all swing their own swing. I mean, great examples are the guys right now. I mean, Scotty Scheffler swings his own swing, and that's what naturally comes easy to him. Just literally.
Got a delay in the fairway, but there aren't many guys who play a draw in the modern era.
No, you're right, because the spin, I mean, it's harder to hit a draw straight anymore because these guys hit it so far. But if you hit the ball in the middle of the club face, it rarely curves.
Scheffler with his swing coach Randy Smith on the range putting in some work. Scheffler also said some of the hole locations were, quote, absurd.
Well, I can see that. I've thought the same thing a lot of times myself through the years. It's part of playing major championship golf.
What do you think he's trying to achieve with this range session this afternoon?
My guess would be that he's trying to, well, he drove it all over the lot for the first 9 holes today. After yesterday, he really drove it beautifully. And I still think that little bit of pull that he has it's still barely there.
Who do you feel better about with their body of work this week through 36, even though they're both at 2 under par? Cameron Young or Scotty Scheffler?
Well, be hard to judge for sure because we didn't get to watch Cameron Young all day yesterday. But I would say I'd still take Scotty Scheffler. And the golf course is set up great for him. If he gets his ball back in the fairway and can dial in his irons like he generally does most weeks, he'll be right there around when it counts the most.
2 guys flip-flopping scores. Scheffler 67-71, Cameron Young 71-67. Scheffler, the defending PGA champion, 4-time major champ.
Yeah, and he's funny to me. He doesn't even know that he won last year. Most guys will be, I'm defending champ, coming back, blah, blah. I don't think that thought has ever crossed his mind.
Time now for Hatton.
Fairway is clear, and a man who likes to work the ball left to right. This is an inviting target. You just drop that right shoulder, tee it up a little higher, wipe the drool off of your chin, and just let it fly. Work that left side. Catch the jet stream.
As long as it misses that bunker, it's perfect. And it did, just barely. That's perfect. I'm thinking the fantasy fist pump on the 7th green for Hatton may have reinvigorated him.
Well, I'm thinking about the drive that Xander hit on 7 into the fan.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ride it right here. Use it. See what he can get out of it.
Wind blowing out of his left should help it cut.
a beauty. Yeah. There's just not that many guys that can hit it that solid.
That's right up there where Bryson just played from.
I'm sure it is.
And Koepka, 2 good ones. He could reach this par 5.
Not quite the same angles they had back on 6, where he uncorked that big one.
Trying to catch the left side of the fairway, and it does.
Oh, and a hard bounce.
It caught the back slope of the bunker, almost the shoulder. Look at it.
Waving goodbye to Xander.
That is a massive tee shot for Koepka. Both Schauffele and Koepka should have the horsepower to threaten this par 5 ninth in 2. That's still to come when we return on ESPN+.
How do you pronounce this and what is it?
I have no idea. Is that like a Philadelphia thing?
Oh, I hit my wood every day, you know what I mean? It's not that though.
Is it someone that clears trees? All right, a hint. It is something that you use to hydrate yourself.
Excuse me? It's definitely not water.
It has to be water.
Oh, is it water, like water?
I don't know what I mean. Wooda. Wooda.
Water. Water.
Water. Water. Well, I'm trying to keep the ball out of it every day, that's for sure.
Well, the woulda only comes into play on 2 holes at Aronimink.
It does, and it's prominent on both of those holes, though. 10 and 17, but that's what puts the sting in those 2 holes, really.
Of our 3 guys, Tyrrell Hatton, Brooks Koepka, Xander Schauffele, who do you think will break out on who will play the best on the back 9?
Well, I think Brooks is going to continue to play solid. It wouldn't shock me if Xander kind of got it turned back around. And maybe, hey, Hatton just birdied 8. One of the more difficult holes. If he birdies 9, he might all of a sudden do real fist pumps.
So which guy are you picking?
I'll go with Xander. I mean, he's hitting T-ball. Eventually, if you keep driving it like that, you're gonna, you can only screw it up so much.
Who are you picking, Georgie?
Picking Brooks.
Sounds like a pizza bet to me.
Brooks would like to end up where Bryson DeChambeau is as far as the par 5 ninth. On the green in 2 for Eagle. DeChambeau is ballooned a +10 for the week. Get one back here. 2-putt birdie.
Looked like he was going to keep going to the left there, and it just straightened out. But looks somewhat defeated.
Well, these greens are probably really difficult for him in the scientific method that he uses, and the long putter. It's not a whole lot of feel, and when you have all these ripples and swales, that's a lot of math and more science than art. And I think here this week so far you've needed the paintbrush instead of the calculator.
Well, I think that's kind of Donald Ross type stuff. They weren't doing it with math and computers and all that. He was doing it by feel and his eye, which is more art.
They were using ox and dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, just obviously Donald Ross was an artist, and particularly was artful around the green and the green complexes.
Watching Ludwig Oberg up on the 9th green. Ned, what's your read on the back nine for our featured group?
Well, it's still warm. It was getting cold when we got up to 7 and 8, and it's actually warmed up a little bit. It's going to be more difficult than the front nine, but if the wind does start to fade a bit, I think you're going to have some opportunities. You're going to need to get through 10. 10's been a bear today. And the par 3s on the second nine, they're no joke.
So who is your pick to click on the back nine?
I'm going to go with Brooks as well. I think the putting stroke is looking more confident, and the ball striking is there, so I'll take the bet.
Well, and we gotta define this. What is clicking? What does that mean? Shoot even par on the back, or just play the best?
Oh, low man of the three. Whoever's the back nine medalist.
Okay.
You would hope, for the sake of the group, that's around par or under par.
That's what I was just thinking. Hopefully it'll be under par.
Can Hatton reach in two?
I believe so. There's a plate just a few paces behind him that the caddies have etched 251 to the front, so give him 250 to the front edge. It does play 12 yards uphill, but downwind.
Needs to cut a little.
Oh, flew that into the bunker.
Oh, okay. Gave it a little extra push to get that club back in the bag.
What Schauffele got in?
I'm giving him 260. That's the raw plus the uphill. Again, you're really just trying to fly it to the front of the green and hope you get the right bounce. This is a long iron, a 3-iron. It's a 240 club, and he's trying to bounce it in.
Yeah, I think he hit it a little thin, sounded like.
Immediately look at the club, wondering what the heck.
Yeah, how did I miss the ball with this thing? He's not used to that.
The green wide open for Brooks.
Also a 4-iron. It looked like the flashing sign from Ricky Elliott. This one struck better, similar trajectory, but headed left.
Yep. I think that's the best spot. Take some fine touch out of a bunker to get those two up and down.
Some ingenuity. Be a tall task for any of our feature group to make eagle on this hole. Cameron Young closing out his day. But that ball speed from the fairway, 171. Greenwood on the green, that was spectacular. That, as they say, would lead to this. To close out his second round with an eagle 3 under on the day, a 67.
Yeah, just announced that he's not quite done yet.
But the most heroic eagle, Justin Rose, was at +5. This was earlier in our feature group. Stream 1, Rose third from the rough. Pulls it out to post +3. Data Golf now has a 92% chance the cut will be +4, which is what we had been saying all day. Still at +3 now, but a lot of golf to get to in this second round. Low 70 and ties.
Yeah, and a guy like Justin, he's a grinder and he's such a good player. The last thing he wants to do is miss a cut at major championship. So that was huge for him.
Tyrrell Hatton is going to need the same type of finish as Justin Rose on these next 10 holes. Hatton right on that projected cut line at +4, one shot outside of where it currently is. So Schauffele with the worst strike probably ended up in the best spot in 2 compared to Hatton and Koepka. 2 different sets of bunkers.
No, I agree. Yeah, Schauffele's definitely in a better spot.
I don't know. I like Tyrrell's.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Yep, it's it's smelling like a.
What action you want here?
All right, I bet Tyrrell and Xander both get up and down.
Wow.
And I'm going to say Tyrrell is closer after this third shot.
Wow. Take an X-Man.
Brooks certainly more complicated. It's going to require precision and quite a bit of confidence because he's got the ball lightly below his feet on kind of an upslope, and he really does need to carry it 15 feet into the green. And he's going to wait as we putt out over on 18. If he doesn't carry it onto the green, it will repel back down towards Xander. He needs to carry it some 30.
Looks like a little downslope too, which is not helpful. Yeah, no spin on it.
Races by.
Scott, I don't know how you could have done it any better.
No, being on that just tiny 1% grade downslope just makes it so much harder to put the spin on it and get the height that you really need. Plus he's downwind, so probably didn't have a whole lot more than what he just did.
Schauffele next to play. He's away compared to Hatton.
He can clip it, no doubt about it. Tight lie where everybody's walked up to the green.
Yeah, this should just be a 1 or 2 bounce and stop type shot.
You got it.
Pretty good, a little above the hole, but didn't grab quite as quick as he was hoping.
Big difference if you're 4 or 5 feet below the hole and 4 or 5 feet past the hole.
No doubt about it.
He's got 4 feet 10 inches for birdie.
And that's just about the line that Hatton wants to bring his on. And the reason I like this one better is because he's on the upslope just a little bit, and all he has to do is plop it out 5 feet on the green, and then the skid plate and gravity and downhill slope works for him.
Great plan on paper, Ned.
The only bad thing is it's downwind, so it's probably not going to spin much. Oh.
Fucking
And is it going to stay on?
It appears that it stopped for.
I think that's really lucky.
He's not happy with it, but he's got about 10 feet up the hill for birdie.
Yeah, he's having a word with himself.
He was lamenting that there was a pebble or some larger grain of sand that had gotten between the ball and the face and actually squirted it out to the right.
The golf gods continue to conspire against Tyrrell, Ned.
Listen, I think they're just torturing him.
He's normally excellent out of the sand, so I'm going to go with him on that. There was something that got between the face and the ball.
Yeah, it did kind of come out a little to the right, kind of squirty. So, got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
This one is rapid. Just nudge it. And because of that, you've got to give it some borrow out to the right.
Yeah, it's got to have at least a foot of break. And it didn't snap at the end. Good putt, though. I mean, he's continuing to really hit nice putts.
Had envisioned a little bit slower pace collecting to the hole there, Scott.
Yeah, I think he did too. Shouldn't be a ton in this one, right, Ned?
No. Except for the momentum he could take into the back nine.
Exactly. I mean, it shouldn't break a ton.
I think when you read it from the front and the back, I almost have two different directions.
Well, that's confusing.
Yeah, so I put it on the right edge and give it a foot past the hole kind of pace.
Didn't break at all.
Hatton unable to cash in.
Well, to his credit, that was actually a very well struck putt, and it was a good putt. It just didn't go.
2 over yesterday with a 72. 2 over his first 9 today. So Hatton at +4, 27 holes in the books at the PGA Championship. Will he or won't he make the cut? That's the question on the back 9.
Gentlemen, what do you like on your pizza?
Oh, I'll let George pick.
No, this one's a little bit of a toe
I was
curler,
going to
though.
say, this is no gimme.
This is no gimme.
No, it is not.
It's one of those, again, if you strike it solid, it's left edge, but if you whiff at it, it will absolutely squirt to the right.
Schauffele to get back into red figures. Has this for birdie. There's his first birdie of the second round on the 9th.
Solid. He needed that. Kind of getting back into red numbers always makes you feel better, especially when only 4 or 5 unders lead.
4 back at Potgieter, who is through 15 a day. Koepka also keep it at 1 under par. Solid if unspectacular first 9 for Brooks Koepka. 1 birdie, 1 bogey, rest pars.
Make sure you're not in Scotland for play of the year this time. All right?
Yeah, this 10th hole just is.
Yeah, I mean this hole's been lengthened by 40-something plus yards, and it's one of the tighter fairways, which is interesting because it's such a long hole. But if you don't hit the fairway, you're done. I mean, you're not going to get it anywhere good. Winds right to left. I think it's been the hardest fairway to hit so far this week, which I think it's because the tee is elevated. The wind's blowing hard right to left. And we saw earlier, like Justin Rose hit it in the right fairway bunker and couldn't get out, ended up doubling the hole.
For the week, the 10th, the toughest hole, 4.42 stroke average. 100 bogeys and 19 others.
Well, this hole in like 17 are holes that you can have others because they're so long and they have the penalty areas that are right in play.
You think Bryson's trying to drive the green? He's been waiting for quite some time.
Well, I don't know if it's 481. That'd be, yeah. I know if he hits a good one, he'll get over the hill and make the hole a heck of a lot easier.
Completely joking there.
I know.
DeChambeau.
Left. 4-8.
So the one in the rough.
shot link. Yeah. Like I feel like that.
His stay at Aronimink Golf Club is going to be a quick one. DeChambeau will miss his second straight cut in a major. Hasn't done that since his first full year as a pro in 2017. The course is throwing blow after blow. It's going to be a well-earned Wanamaker at the end of the week.
Had the best year of my career, obviously winning 2 majors in 24. Came back a little rough in 25. I finished okay in a couple of them, but for the most part, it wasn't really, I never felt like I was sort of part of the event or final hunt in those groups. Confidence is a tricky one. My dad always says it's like a small little plant, you know, takes forever to grow, and you can just step on it overnight and it's gone. Playing great, you feel like you're untouchable, even when you're kind of playing not very good and you're finishing top 5 in tournaments. You know, I've been there. It's humbling to sort of come off of that. So a bit of a reset, and I feel like some stuff I want to prove to myself here in 26 and moving forward.
10th year on the PGA Tour, 10 wins in his career, 2 majors, 1 over 36. I think that birdie on the 9th will buoy him heading to the back 9.
Well, in our pizza bet, that's what I was counting on. So yes, the guy's so good. If you drive it like he does, like you said, he made 0 putts on the front 9. You read that stat.
16 feet 5 inches of putts made on the front 9, which is less than 2 feet per hole, pretty much a tap in every hole. The longest putt he made was on 9.
Yeah, which means you're missing everything, and you're just tapping it in. You know, he just, if he gets the putter going, he hits it plenty good and plenty far.
His splits this week, and he's the opposite of everyone else in the field. He's 1 over on the front 9, 2 under on the back 9. He's played the harder 9 better than the easier 9. If you remember yesterday, he was 5 under when he hit greens, 3 over when he missed them. His couple bogeys when he missed greens. He missed 3 greens on the front 9, bogeyed 2 of those holes.
Well, you look at those stats when you're 5 under on greens hit and 3 over when you miss them. Sounds like he needs to work on his chipping. But chipping around here is very difficult. So I think that's probably similar for everybody.
Ned, you ever heard of anyone with just 16 feet of putts made after 9 holes?
That's outrageous. I mean, you could spend an hour unpacking what all that means. You could, on what you say earlier, 6 greens hit in regulation.
Ned, how would you describe the different personalities of the front 9 and the back 9 at Aronimink?
Ooh, little brother and big brother, but both kind of bullies. The front 9, it has some opportunities, especially as you start out. It's a little bit more personable and benevolent. The whole locations at 6, for example, made it very difficult. 8 the same. But this back 9, you can put the whole locations in the most straightforward, accessible spots on the greens, and this thing is still going to pummel you.
Pretty cool how they have this split tee box from an old school standpoint. Not as cool that maybe for our trio they have to wait. But they had Maverick McNeely about to tee off. McNeely quietly all the way up to 3 under par. 33 on the back 9, his first 9 today, included an eagle on 16. DeChambeau playing out of the rough. His approach to 10.
That was the best lie I've seen yet in the rough off the fairway, but obviously he had a huge flyer there.
I've got some unfortunate news for you all. That it took 3 hours to play this 9 this morning. What time are we here? 4:45?
Correct. Fowler in the fairway, +2.
He needs to hit a nice iron shot here. Struggling a little bit.
Ricky was 1 under through 6 today, doubled 7, bogeyed 8. This is the green on 10.
That'll be a difficult up and down from there.
And Oberg from the rough, currently at +1.
Gotta be just hoping to get it on the right half of the green. And he did.
We'll have a birdie putt in that group with Maverick McNeely as they just teed off on the first. Padraig Harrington at +2. 2 under 33 on the back nine. Harrington at 54, the 2008 PGA champion, 3-time major winner.
Depending on how much he's tailing.
But you know what? He still has not quite tour level length, but really, really close for 54 years old. Like him and Stewart Sink still hit it far enough to keep up with these guys to a certain extent. So not a shock that Podrick's playing well.
5 years ago, as a 49-year-old, he finished T4. And a 50-year-old won it that week, and Phil Mickelson.
Well, there you go. And those were two guys that kept their speed.
Ned, what's this tee shot like?
Harrowing, especially after to stand up there being battered around by the breeze for 15 minutes. And you know it, that's the thing, you know it standing on the tee, that if you miss the fairway, you are going to be battling just to make a par and most likely be facing a bogey. There's several good targets out in the distance, depending on the shot shape you want to play.
Hold on. Straight, please.
One left.
Birdied it yesterday. Will be tough to do that again from the left rough.
Yes, it will.
Hatton. Will be sweating the cut in this back nine.
That's a good start. Smoked that one.
Great start.
And he's going to benefit because this is going to keep rolling as long as it doesn't roll off the fairway.
It might roll off the edge of the fairway.
I was going to say he's going to be on the downslope. That'll help him drive it into the breeze. Oh, well, it's okay. It actually found a little prickly grass over there and is perched up.
Oh, well, that's a good break then.
Koepka.
He pummeled it. He did. Probably the same.
Also the downslope, also towards the left edge. There's the cut line. It has shifted to +4 like we were forecasting. Top 70 and ties. We'll see the weekend at the PGA Championship.
After over 60 years, the PGA Championship will make a historic return to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in 2027. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco, Texas, as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to Texas. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. There's a picture. I think it's going to be windy next year in Frisco, Texas, this same week. So these guys should be used to it. This is our group through 9 holes. Brooks Koepka is just kind of playing along pretty solid. Pretty solid. Brooks even par. Xander's 1 over. This was ahead of us. Bryson. Nice chip in. I don't know if that was for a par or a birdie though. But he looked like he was in trouble. So anyway, good for him. Whatever it was, he saved the shot. So he's struggling today.
Rory with the protein shake, fueling up for the back 9.
Yeah, George, I think you nailed it. You know, it's a cool look to have 1 and 10 on the same tee box and all that, but you hate this right here.
Yeah, the momentum you make the turn comes to a screeching halt when you just got to sit and wait for 10 to 15 minutes. Rory, all the momentum in the world, 233, his first 9. There's the scorecard, went from where the cut is, beginning of the day, to if he's even par or under par on the back 9, then he could start thinking about trying to chase down the leaders on the weekend.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yeah, if he shoots 2 under on the back somehow, he's in a wonderful spot. Because you know everybody's gonna, if he did that and started off good Saturday, everybody's gonna see his name. Kind of that. Him and Scotty Scheffler are the only 2 guys that really have that kind of power on the scoreboard.
He's got to be kicking himself a little bit, those 4 late bogeys yesterday.
Oh, I'm sure he is, but he doesn't look that worried right now.
McIlroy, 6-time major champ, twice has won this event. The storylines in the second round, 6.1% 3-putt rate would be the highest in the PGA Championship round the last 20 years. 5 holes with more 3-putts than birdies. That's insane. Holes 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15, all in the back 9. And then the scoring by side, plus 80 to plus 273. Crunching the numbers, that is 193 shot difference from the front 9 to the back 9 for the field.
That is an enormous difference right there. But yeah, look at, like you said, holes 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15 coming up are the 5 hardest greens to putt on the golf course. That's why the back 9 is so difficult.
How'd the tee shots end up, Ned?
All 3 of them landed in the fairway, and only one of them ended up in the fairway. Tyrrell Hatton's deserved to stay in the short grass. Xander's was always destined to find the rough down the left. And normally this side of the fairway over here where Xander is, it's twisted steel, the rough. But he's caught himself a nice lie with a couple of firecracker fingers right behind it. So he's actually got to worry about catching a jumper.
Well, that's lucky then, because most of the time you're chipping out.
We saw Ludwig in a similar place in the group in front of us, and he was able to get the altitude he wanted.
Yeah, his ball stopped pretty fast in the middle of the green.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like that's going on in the middle of the back stand, so it's good that. Yeah, it's going to kind of knock out a little bit, but yeah, I need to see how to, yeah, obviously, can't have you do a fire. Yeah, and I like almost kind of figuring out the right direction. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a good play that 10. It does bust the middle. But I mean, I can do for sure. Yeah, for sure. And it's not going to get hit by much. No. It's mostly cross. I mean, it feels like if I wail at a gap hook, I can get a gap hook. Yeah, it's just a bit lost, but it's not worth it. Yeah. I mean, that's 38. If we get a little hurt, 50 land. Yeah. 50 land straight.
So my math calls it just right at about 160 all the way to the flag. And 140 covers that front edge. Anywhere in between is what he's looking for.
Yeah, I think he's got a pitching wedge. He's definitely expecting a jumper.
Oh, and it did. You could hear the click.
Oh, takes that big hop over.
Oh, man. That is not good, especially since he rolled up into the rough cut, so his ability to spin the ball and control trajectory is going to be hampered.
Hatton inches off the fairway.
And he'll likely have the same concern.
Well, you know, that guys haven't been able to hit jumpers out of the rough because it's been too thick. Most of the shots we've seen have been guys just going at it with everything they have.
I was just thinking the same thing, like a batter who's been facing junk ballers, and all of a sudden they bring in the heater. You don't know exactly what to do. It takes some time to make the adjustment.
Yeah.
This will be more controllable.
So spinny.
So spinny. There you go.
Very different result on the ground from Xander Schauffele. Koepka ready to roll.
Not that it's an easy shot, but it is. He can kind of be aggressive with this.
He tried to lay off a pitching wedge. His body stopped. Hands took over, and that will wave goodbye.
Yep, that was not what he was looking for.
It was such a tweener for him. It could have been a hard gap wedge, and he, on the downslope, tried to flight that skipping pitching wedge.
He's the best iron player on the PGA Tour. The margins for error are so small around Aronimink. Xander's ball over the back edge.
Not a horrible lie, but the grain's cross grain on him there. So
what goes into judging that line, how the ball's going to react?
Well, the grain, for one, you know, it's kind of cross grain, so it's not necessarily going to come out hot. If you make good contact, it'll come out okay. But I mean, it's still, he's got to hit some sort of bump into the hill and try to get the speed right to get up the first level and not hit it too hard and have it go down the next level. So really a bad spot. The short-sided, we haven't seen a short-sided approach that was any good, and I don't think we'll see one the rest of the week. So it'll take a lot of skill and luck to get this up and down.
Schauffele put more stress on his short game.
Yeah. You should stay on that little corner here, but
Just found a bare patch where the ball has gone straight to the ground, and it's firm right underneath it. And around it's a whirlpool of different kinds of grass going different directions.
Yeah, but if he's on the hard ground, then that'll make it easier to kind of make cleaner contact, wouldn't you think?
Yes, and there is quite a bit of the back of the ball showing, but it limits him to only one shot. But I think it's the shot he would play anyway, a little kind of bumper.
Oh no, he's looking like he's going up.
Well, if he's going up,
he's like, it's an all or nothing shot.
I can't imagine you go up and try to land it on the green. It is into the green the first 8 feet, and it is into a slight upslope.
Landed in the upslope, or is that way too far to carry it?
I would think he'd be landing it short of the green, but looks like he's grabbed his most lofted club.
Yeah, but now the swings are changing.
Totally different motion.
Yeah, now he's thinking, no, I got to bump it.
Yeah, I think this is the only play.
I agree with that.
That's like getting the line of scrimmage and going Omaha, Omaha.
So I'm going to hit a flopper. Wait a minute, we're changing the play.
Just don't throw an interception here.
Yeah, he's definitely going down. It's all about contact.
If they can just get it to the front edge of the green here, that'd be fine.
It might end up on the other front edge. That needs to stop.
That could roll off. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Pass the ball at Koepka. Indecision with how to play the third leads to that.
I think he was in such a bad spot. I mean, Ned, you're down there. I mean, that's a horrible place to leave your second, isn't it?
That's what I was saying from the fairways. The one place you cannot miss it is long, but then long on the downslope in the rough. I hadn't thought of. And
yeah, no, that just
it's like being halfway to the pitcher's mound and trying to get it to stop right on the rubber.
Yeah.
If you don't hit it absolutely perfect, it's just going to funnel away from you no matter what.
One of the great games between innings in a baseball game, mound ball. If the ball's going to end up in the mound or not.
Well, he doesn't look too upset about it.
And remember, it's adjacent to the 8th, so they will wait as the group on the 8th plays.
And Ned, we can't tell, and you can't really see on 8 or 10, but when you walk it from afar, almost looks like a double green. What would you say, 5 yards separating the two with fringe in between, or maybe 10 yards?
Yeah, they give it 10 yards, exactly.
There it is.
But it all slopes from the 8th right to left, so there's that little funnel area that both, if you miss it left of 10 and right of 8, they converge.
It's as close to a double green as we have at Aronimink.
But if you're playing from one green to the other, you must take a drop if you're on the incorrect green.
It was good food for thought. Was wondering at the beginning of the week, and I assume that would be the case, just from a speed of play standpoint.
Yeah, I'm protecting the other green.
Yep.
And I'd be shocked if you were in between those two greens if you weren't putting anyway. It's so tight, it's mowed so tight, and the fringes, the fairways are so pure that best shot is to putt it. So, I mean, where Brooks is not horrible since he's putting for birdie. Where Xander is, it's horrible because he's putting for par.
It's funny how just putting a moniker on something changes your mentality.
I know, but it does, doesn't it?
If you could just treat it as a shot, that would be the ideal situation, but it absolutely changes.
Right, that's why golf is hard.
So a thought for you guys, and there had been a debate beginning of the week with the move to May, if the PGA Championship had lost some of its identity based on it being the final major of the year. They laid out a bunch of points in their press conference on Wednesday on why the move to May has been beneficial, not having to worry about the Olympics bouncing it every 4 years, weather issues in August. I kind of like, and I've been oscillating back and forth on where I land, I kind of like the variable weather in May, especially this week where it's chilly beginning of the week and then it could be mid-80s later in the week, where you just kind of accept, based on the venue, you could have a very different PGA Championship experience where you land in the country.
Hatton is going to go ahead and putt. We'll get to that in a second. So he's got to
up the hill,
rip this because it is all kinds of slow. Right in the heart.
You know, George, to your point on that, I don't mind. It reminds me of when the PGA Tour moved the Players Championship to May and basically ruined the tournament from all the players' standpoint and everything. And then March is perfect because the weather's variable and the golf course can play a number of different ways, and it's a great golf course. So you kind of like that. So I think it's, I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to go back to 110 degrees or not.
Let's watch Koepka now and then get Ned's thought.
Up the hill, getting away a little bit.
The challenge there was getting the speed proper, and he did that beautifully. If you're off to the left, it will slowly walk to the back of the green. So that was almost, again, a strategic play, leaving it directly below the hole for an uphill putt.
Yeah, I think this whole location is one of the ones that Scotty Scheffler was talking about.
Downtown Philly, less than 15 miles away. Declaration of Independence signed there 250 years ago, part of America 250 birthday celebration every 50 years. America comes home to Philadelphia. Schauffele for par.
I think that's...
Well, that was the risk of, that is exactly why Brooks played his out to the right. Infinitely easier for the next putt.
Yeah.
Because Xander's not only going to have a putt that for the first 2 feet is uphill and then
downhill.
Downhill, it's also down grain. So you have to try to be delicate, but you have to also give it enough authority to travel through the into the green part.
Well, you saw a group play this hole earlier. This has got to be one of the ones that are borderline not legitimate. Wouldn't you have to say?
Yes.
I mean, this from the putts we've just seen and the approaches, there's very little room around this whole location for the ball to stop.
Well, there's only 3 feet past it, and maybe 10 feet short of it and 12 feet right of it.
And I think you're being generous.
You're right.
From what I'm seeing.
I am. This one is just a complete stinker. All feel.
Schauffele is either going to be at even or 1 over. Good bogey make. Loses 1. Okay, Ned, what's your feel on the move from August to May and embracing the elements that we have year to year with the PGA Championship?
I was with you. I was starting to twist my opinion of missing Glory's last shot. However, 110 degrees, a lot of thunderstorms and weather delays. I like it right where it is for everything you mentioned. It changes the championship complexion to, you know, you're going to have to deal with weather. And pretty much no matter where we are, you're going to get wind. And I think that makes for an exciting championship.
Well, so it's decided.
The only part that bums me out is that I wish they would give Whistling Straits another shot. And it doesn't appear in their future plans for the next 10 years. And I think there are concerns this time of year going to Wisconsin, even though next year it's a week later for Frisco, May 20th through 23rd, if you want to register to get your tickets. Koepka for par.
Another solid putt. I would have to think that all he's missing is getting his head right for filling it up, because he has made beautiful strokes today. Solid, really solid putts.
Do you remember at Oak Hill, the first round, he didn't have it?
Yep.
And late in that round, it was the par 5, 13, I believe, where Ricky wanted him to go for it in 2. Koepka said, no, we're laying up. But each step of the way, each round, he got a little more confident.
Yep.
And here's Hatton just a work for par. Ooh, hello.
Okay.
He got a little bit more confident, and by the time they got there on Sunday, same hole, same fairway, Ricky was trying to talk him out of going for it, and Koepka wanted to rip on it anyway.
Yep. No,
went on to win. I think that's what we're seeing out of Koepka right now. He's working his way into form.
Yeah. 10 fairway bunkers on the 11th. A lot to look at off the tee, Scott.
There's tons. This is really just such a tricky little hole. Like you said, 10 fairway bunkers. Got to hit it in the fairway, and then this green just kind of rejects everything, unfortunately. So this may be another hole location that there's just such a small margin for error that with the wind blowing, it just makes it difficult.
Just to give some context, 174 total bunkers. They added 100 with the historic restoration by Gil Hansen and Jim Wagner. Augusta National only has 44 total fairway bunkers. Most weeks you see 70 to 80 for a standard course. So a lot of sand, but a lot of these are small bunkers.
Yeah, which makes it harder. I mean, really, it makes it harder. You got a better chance of ending up with a awkward stance or a, half in, half out when those bunkers are small.
Hatton batting leadoff.
And the traffic jam is cleared up. With a group in front of us, a couple groups in front of us back on the 10th. Thigala had a lost ball. That was the holdup. So we should speed up our pace now.
I hope so. We're almost about to miss dinner.
Have to go straight to dessert. Hatton. Fairway finder.
But it didn't do it. It found the bunkers down the right, and that is bad medicine today.
Well, what we were seeing was a ball in the fairway.
Oh, I thought it was over into the right. His reaction.
Well,
he faked you.
You know better than I.
Ned, you need to learn you can never go with Hatton's reaction.
Koepka.
This looks hammered.
also in the fairway.
Perfect.
The wind is about half as strong as it was an hour ago.
Well,
directly at the player's back.
Time for these guys to try to take advantage of it. This one is leaking right. And that's perfect.
Potgater just made a bogey. He's through 17. It's right next to the ball of Hatton. 3 tied for the lead at 4 under. Guess who else is up there? Maverick McNeely, Xander Schauffele, even with the struggles, just 4 back. Which Just a reminder, you can follow 4 different feature groups on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. This afternoon, we've been on the call for Xander Schauffele, Brooks Koepka, Tyrrell Hatton, Rory McIlroy playing well today, a couple under par. John Rahm is 2 under for the PGA Championship, with Jordan Spieth going for the career Grand Slam. DeChambeau, Ludwig Oberg, Ricky Fowler, and then you got the Woodland Day Burns group. And bounce around holes 15, 16, and 17. There's a new leader. And of course, it's the guy under the radar who, until 15 minutes ago, hadn't mentioned his name once this week. Maverick McNeely on the 16th. Pulled that for eagle. Went off the 10th today. So that was his 7th hole of the day to go from 1 to 3 under par. We saw him walk off the first tee. Scott Verplank said, and look at the leaderboard. He's T3 at 3 under. Well, McNeely then birdied 1 to get to 4. Very next hole. Maverick McNeely to grab the outright lead.
George, I think that's a product of there's so many guys bunched up so close. I mean, no disrespect to Maverick, but there was a million guys at 1 under par. And now all of a sudden, he's 5 under par and leading the way. And with that putting stroke, look out.
McNeely 4 under on the round through 11 holes. He's the 33rd ranked player in the world. 1 win on tour came at the 2024 RSM Classic. Those players on the second page of the leaderboard include Brooks Koepka at 1 under, just outside the top 10. Jason Day was at 3 under at one point. He's given up a couple shots, so he's 1 under. 14 holes in the books for this second round. Rico Hoey playing well at 1 under. 2 holes left in round number 2. Hatton, second shot to 11.
Just not a lot to work with here, right, Ned?
No, 90 yards all in when you're taking the uphill and the downwind.
And that, it looked like it went in the bunker, but it didn't. It just came up short, and then it just got rejected by the steepness of that slope. That's the one mistake you can't make.
Cannot.
He just said that. You can hit it long all day.
He might have used different adjectives. That it was
doggone long.
It tempts you into wanting to try to hit something high, but then that's just going to get up into the air. So just inside of 80 yards here, just fly it to the flag and take your 15-footer.
Yeah, that would be a good shot. It's hard to believe, but from 80 yards, you're okay with a 15 to 18 to 20 footer because that's about as good as you can do.
It was just a moment ago, and now Schauffele.
Down.
Deep again.
Another really difficult hole location. I mean, George, can you remember seeing guys with 70, 80 yards in on par fours and they've just got no chance to get it around the hole?
Yet, for the week, it has been the 4th easiest hole, but a lot of that coming in round number 1, because today it's the 4th most difficult.
Yeah, well, just today's round, number 3, number 6 in this hole are 3 of the shortest holes. You know, guys are having 80 yards in. Can't even get close to it. Brooks did birdie number 6 with the phenomenal little bump and run shot, but that's not available on these other holes. It's pretty amazing that these little short holes have been so difficult.
All right, Ned, what do we have greenside?
Well, first you got to cool down a little bit. And once you do that, you analyze the situation. And he's a good 8 feet below the putting surface. And he has a false front staring him right in the face. The lie is acceptable. Almost a visual as you can try to fly it in the hole.
Yeah, kind of go high with it. Did.
And now you're saying to yourself, you made the one mistake you couldn't make, man.
Yeah.
But at least you didn't compound it with another one.
Fucking dick.
Had to err on the side of missing long. But that's a quick putter snatch.
His head is spinning right now with anger.
Well, but it's because he hit a drive that he didn't love. Obviously, I thought it was going to catch the rough. So did he. And you get a good outcome off the tee. And you know there's one mistake you absolutely cannot make, and you make it.
Yeah, no, you know, that's Ned, you've done it. I've done it. The hardest part about trying to make a cut is you're struggling. You're not even playing very good, and you don't want to miss the cut. So there's more pressure on him, more angst than these guys who are trying to get themselves up the leaderboard.
Yeah, you're burning calories.
Yeah.
Now this is white hot fast.
Back into the wind, though, which should help a little.
Wasn't his best.
No, but I think that's lag putting is difficult on these Donald Ross greens. They're hard to read. You don't see a guy at his level miss a putt by 5 feet to the left of the hole from 40 feet. I mean, very, very rare.
And Scott, I'm okay with this whole location because, as you mentioned, it was just 80 yards essentially to the hole. And if the wind had stopped blowing, they would be taking this thing apart.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Koepka's got 20 feet, Ned.
And it will shimmy quickly to the right.
Not quick enough.
I think that might be the first kind of weak putt he's hit all day.
Hatton is right down the fall line, just about. There's no chance you're really leaving it short in the first 3 feet, and then it starts to descend towards the hole, but I don't think he really has to do a ton with it, Scott.
Well, we will see a reaction regardless of what happens. And he left it short right in the middle.
That'll sting.
It will do more than sting.
Yet another bogey for Hatton. Back outside the cut line at +5. How tricky will this be for Schauffele?
It should not be. Slightly uphill inside the right edge.
From 4 feet.
Which is one of the longer putts he's made today.
Always a silver lining.
You know, actually the last 3 holes he's probably doubled his distance of putts made for the day.
Yeah, you got that right. Couple feet for Koepka's par. Brooks just hanging around. Even par today. 1 under overall, 4 back of McNeely.
Yeah, and if he finished the day right there, I think he'd be fine, don't you?
I would be inclined to agree, especially having the tougher 9 here. How tough is this 12th?
Well, it's kind of similar to, it's much longer than the 3rd, but the hole location is it's straight downwind, or a little down right to left, but the hole location's over there on the front right, and it just makes the area that you can hit it to so small if you try to go at the flag. So if you miss it in the right bunker, you're probably at the mercy of getting lucky. The shot, amazingly, the shot is just about 10 to 15, 20 feet left to the hole, and try to make a 20-footer.
What do we have in store with the 12th, 9th toughest hole? Today, just 5 birdies have been made, so a bunch made in round number 1.
Yeah, it's this, you can't get around this hole. I mean, literally, if Brooks hits a good driver, he's got a wedge to the green.
Cannot. You're right. With this wind out of the right, it's almost a mistake if you get it close to this hole from the fairway, because you don't want to flirt with that right-hand bunker.
No, because you're done if you're in the right
Look at the year!
This probably needs to go way left. Ooh, ooh.
Too far left.
Again, there's something about that tree over there. Named for Adam Rumsey, one of the members here, apparently. That's his hang. And you hit it over there, and you're just about 50-50 to make a bogey.
Well, that didn't look like he caught a very good lie, so that'll make it worse.
I'm down below on the edge of the fairway.
Well,
is this driver?
No, Xander is going with his game plan here, which is probably not a bad idea, because you know you probably can't get it close on your second anyway. So he's got a 3-wood, just hit the fairway.
Beauty from Schauffele.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's, well, he's so long. Look at him. He's got the perfect angle. Probably the right play.
Still carry that too.
I know. Well, yeah, he's amazingly long.
Get that video of the guys in our feature group. If you're not watching on ESPN Plus, we might have a copyright restriction here.
He very well might.
Tyrrell Hatton coming off the bogey.
Do you think he's videoing in case this is a bad shot?
We'll have to wait and find out.
Baba Booey!
Oh.
Get him, Brooks. Come on now, Brooksy. All right, Xander.
Turn off the microphone. Stay in. Yes.
Just stays in the fairway. Had a bunch of different players either grab the lead or have a share of the lead throughout the course of this second round. For the moment, all eyes looking up at Maverick McNeely at 5 under par, one ahead of Alex Smalley. There's the video of Hatton's tee shot that found the fairway. We'll see that second next.
What is Scrapple?
Scrapple? I have no idea. No idea what Scrapple is.
It's very close to that board game with letters.
I've had it plenty of times. To describe it, be kind of like just like a type of sausage, like chopped up, I think. Yes, no.
It's like a breakfast food. I don't want to say it's like a mix. Is it like a corned beef hash like type thing?
Traditional mush of fried pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour.
Anything with mush in it, I'm out.
So we'll be skipping that then.
Sounds like my worst nightmare.
I'd dabble. I'd dabble in some Scrapple.
Dare to be bold like Justin Thomas. Would you also dabble, Scott?
I might taste it. I kind of thought it was interesting. Some of the Europeans said no chance, and some of the things you can get on the menu and at the British Open, I know I would never touch.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick, the Englishman, saying my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Come on, bud.
Yeah, you're missing the boat.
George Savarickas, Scott Verplank, and Ned Michaels walking along with our future group of Tyrrell Hatton, Xander Schauffele, the ball position, those two in the fairway. And then Koepka. We saw him deep in the rough.
Chip out here, Ned.
I don't see any other option. The trees in front of him, about 40 yards, and they're about 50 feet tall. And the ball is nestled down like a bird's nest. And with the ball below his feet, that heel's going to dig in, and it's going to shut the face down even more. So I just think he's hitting it 60, 70 yards out to the right. He got a little bit more than 60 or 70, but that's...
And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
He still has a good enough angle. Had he gone another 10 or 12 yards, it would have been a problem. 131. It plays a couple uphill, so a 133 wind, if anything, is out of the right and might help it a little bit.
Yeah, so it's got to be a wedge.
This is looks like a gap wedge to me.
Take it towards the TV tower. I only pulled it a little.
Another missed green for Schauffele from the fairway.
And if you're ever going to get it close here at 12 today, this is exactly where you would want it. Barely in the fairway. Far left side, just outside of 120 yards. For a man who likes to bleed the ball from left to right to hold the wind.
He does. He usually hits these shots pretty solid. I think this one is solid. It's a beauty.
Heck of a shot by Hatton.
That's what I was watching on the range when he was warming up. I was like, man, this guy's got it dialed from like $120 to $130. And he did right there.
That would get him back on the cut line at +4. Brooks Koepka is going to have to manufacture an up and down.
Yes, he is.
Get shot length going to see how much he has left for his third shot. Koepka 64 yards to the hole.
Well, it's all going to depend on how much, where he can land it for the first bounce. And then probably needs to be a shot, low shot, first bounce, and then spin. But the way tunnel roughs greens are, they don't leave you a lot of flat areas to land the first bounce.
And I love the fact, Scott, that he walked all the way up to the green, because one thing he'll learn is not only the picture in his mind, he will have seen the false front and where the grain is growing into him. And that's what he has to do. He has to use that false front and the grain to stunt the speed on this.
Yeah, he's got a very small little area to fly it to with the proper trajectory.
Some players have a lot of different yardages. Some players are all feel. And Brooks is more of a feel guy. I'm not sure he hit it solid.
I don't think he did. Looked a little bit thick.
Could be another bogey for Brooks Koepka. The PGA shops, part of the food court and pavilion they have for the fans. Have you stopped in and gotten any merch yet, Scott?
I have not. George has been hard enough just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be and at what time.
Just wearing your ESPN merch this week. What about you, Ned?
Yep. I went first day I was here, got a couple things for the kiddos.
What'd you get?
I got a really cool little jumper, as they might say overseas, for my daughter. Multicolor, pink and maroon. It's pretty flashy looking, better than anything I own. And then a standard collared shirt for my son, and a beach towel, a couple beach towels.
Oh. Perfect. George?
I was going to go tomorrow morning. I was hoping if I go do like a 9 a.m. run, then the crowds won't be too bad then.
Try to beat the crowd. Okay.
These hole locations are just relentless today. This is also a ridge runner. If you hit it perfect, you can get it to the hole, but if you pull it or push it, you're going to have 4 or 5 feet left. It's just everything working away from the cup.
Well, he did pretty darn good there.
Sidles it up there.
Going to have some tired cowboys after today's round.
Yeah, this kind of golf right here just wears you out as a player, because it is just, you can't ever lose your let your guard down, right, Ned?
You have to stay on edge.
Yeah.
Even if you're hitting it.
Speaking of guards, look at our picture here.
The Ben Franklin wigs, like they were part of the 56 men to sign the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. Now we're back with Brooks. Ned?
And I tell you what, the wind has almost vanished, just maybe half a club up there, so will not have any impact on this putt at all. It will try to wander from the right side of the green to the left.
Yeah, away from that bunker. Oh, he didn't hit it.
Had the read.
Another trouble off the tee. You're going to make bogeys. It's almost like you have no choice.
And Scott, you know, it's going to get warm this weekend, and we're expecting a little bit of humidity, and you can almost feel it creeping in right now. There's definitely some heaviness in the air. And I wouldn't be surprised if the greens slow up a little bit now.
Well, I'm sure these guys would not mind that.
Going by Hatton. Nice birdie on 12. He's a +4. Joins the top 70 in ties.
And he's thrilled.
Two birdies on the day, +2 for the round. Shot a 2 over 72 yesterday. Shortest par 4 on the back 9. Should be drivable tomorrow, not today, Scott.
Well, if the wind's laying down, like Ned said, this hole becomes a even better birdie opportunity today. It was a little tough. When the wind's blowing hard, it's hard to get the right distance if you hit the fairway to get in this little area. But I would say you hit the fairway, you leave yourself 130 or 40 yards, you got a great chance of hitting it in there close.
Well, apparently the marshals who are in charge of the crosswalk have gone home for dinner, or they're enjoying happy hour.
What's happening?
Well, we forgot to close the gates, so we're having to have people hustle across the fairway. And now we got it under control.
Did you run up there and help them?
I'm not running anywhere. Hatton, he's not wasting any time. Fairway metal.
Yeah, he's a fairly quick player on his own. He doesn't waste a lot of time.
Koepka's extremely quick.
Center of the basement, yeah.
Earlier today, saw Matthew Fitzpatrick fashion a searing 4-iron that felt like it rolled as far as it flew. So you can use this fairway. It's got a little firmness if you keep this thing head high, and Xander's got an iron out.
Yep. I think yesterday the wind was blowing for our group that we covered. The wind was blowing harder, and they weren't getting as far up the fairway as they thought they were, and they had a lot, they had a lot longer shot in. I think today they might be pushing it up closer to the green.
I think if I remember correctly, right around here, George, you were saying maybe we're seeing 19-mile-an-hour gusts, something like that yesterday. Maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It was in this bounce between 16 to 20 or so.
I'd say it's 6 to 12 now, and closer to 6.
Our wind meter says 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, now 10. So somewhere 8 to 10. But Brooks obviously just got a gust.
It's a big difference between 8 and 18 in this hole, because it's so right into the teeth of the wind. If you don't strike it perfect, it just finds a way into that right-hand rough.
Man. He hit it in the right rough. That is not good.
That is not.
What Brooks wanted to do, especially when you have an iron in hand. So there's the leaderboard. And it's Maverick McNeely at 5 under, followed by Alex Smalley. There is Independence Hall in downtown Philadelphia. This week at Aronimink, 156 players chase a declaration of their own major champion.
Name 3 people who signed the Declaration of Independence.
Oh man, come on, you're asking a foreigner this.
All I do is watch sport and play golf. I don't know any of this.
It's messed up, man. I'm a college dropout.
George Washington?
George Washington, obviously. No? Didn't sign it?
I'm just gonna say one that's coming to mind. Abraham Lincoln. Is that one?
Dig deep. Dig deep, kid. Dig deep. John Adams.
John Hancock, he's the big one, right? There you go. Benjamin Franklin? Did he sign it? Sounds about right.
Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin.
I mean, I'm not American, so I shouldn't know this. George Washington is one. And that's where it ends.
How about Spieth nailing that?
Hey, Jordan's amazing.
Also a college dropout, just like Justin Thomas. It's always funny when JT drops that line. Ned, did you know that?
Of course I did, George. I can name them all for you tonight at dinner.
Oh, can't wait. Koepka from the rough.
There's definitely some air behind the ball, enough to be able to gouge it out to the front.
Gosh,
Stay there.
Stay there.
Oh. It didn't look like it got to the sand.
I can't tell from here, but he doesn't have a lot of green to work with.
Yeah, I like that.
This has got to be a green light for Xander here.
No doubt about it. 167, my math says. And you have 5 short of it. And a little bit more than that long. So there is some space.
And he doesn't like it. Hanging right. And short.
One thing that always amazes me about Tyrrell Hatton is when flags are on the left, he is not afraid.
Well, he never misses it left, or rarely.
He's not afraid to start it left.
Right. Well, he generally cuts it.
I mean, without a gust, yeah.
Give it a second. I want a bit of wind, because if there's no wind, Hugo, it goes long.
Yeah, well, it's 44. The pitch is at least 40.
44 all up. It needs 6 of her anyway, and that lands on the pin.
Right now, you're looking at 13.
I'm happy with this.
Okay. It's 10 o'clock.
Hugo Dobson, the bagman, Ned.
You heard him say that he wanted a little hurt because he wants 6 yards taken off of it.
I think that's what he's got right now if he hits.
Because this is his 156 club. Oh, yeah, that was more club head speed on the reaction than the actual swing.
Oh, we just saw Brooks Koepka playing from the rough earlier. We were getting the tip from the deep rough. How about just your standard rough? There's Joe Hallett at the PGA of America HQ in Frisco.
Guys, the standard rough, that's a standard operating procedure after my standard shot, unfortunately. But one thing I want you to notice with the players out there is, yes, they got to choose the right club to get the ball up and get it elevated out of that grass immediately. But I want you to watch where they put the oomph, if that's what you want to call it. Yes, they're going to use a lot of their body, but they're not unwinding it like they are on the tee. Watch their core, watch their belt buckle. It's really turning down into that ball so they can direct a lot of force to get the club down in the ground right behind it. A little trick you can do is if you happen to have that front foot open, kind of square it up. That's a little solid wall for you to hit against. And that's some pretty deep rough right there, but that will help you get some oomph into the shot so you can get it out of the rough.
Good tip for your golf fanatics who love playing week to week at their public courses or maybe at their country clubs also. Koepka, replay of his second shot.
Yeah, just trying to squeeze it in between the bunkers and almost did it.
Ned sees walking up to the green. See where his second ended up in the rough. How's this going to be to try and get up and down?
It's going to require a 15-foot putt is my guess. It's just hung up about knee high, and the grass that surrounds these bunkers is some of the strongest. It's like playing out of steel wool, and this far above your feet out of that kind of grass, Scott. It's going to go dead left as soon as you hit it.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be aiming, like you said, at least 15, 20 feet right of the hole and kind of hope that it comes out with the proper amount of pace.
Well, they won't be able to create much loft on it either.
No, not a good spot for his ball to stop. He's looking up here because you can roll it off where he's standing. You can roll the ball back onto the green from there, but I don't even know if he could make good enough contact to have that kind of control. Do you?
No, that would be a reckless decision because you don't pull it off, you end up short-siding yourself in the bunker. He's got the expanse of the entire bunker, so call it 20 yards just to get it on the green if he takes on the flag.
Yeah, I mean, he's just in a bad spot.
This is how you take yourself out of the conversation. Just go ahead and make your bogey. If you make a 20-footer for par, high five Ricky and keep on going.
Yeah. He's been really good at taking his medicine, you know, in years that he's been winning and when he was at the top of the heap. So I don't know.
Well, he's been looking at the flag every practice.
I know, but this is just, it's so hard to hit it solid from right here, you know, and have it come off how you'd like it to.
Tendency here is to hit it a little heavy. If you were in the sand, you'd be wanting to play it low with no spin.
Yeah, the tendency is to hit it a little heavy, which means you're not going to hit it solid. So now your feel is kind of up for grabs.
Pretty good scrambling this week, 5 for 7.
He had a great shot. That's very well done.
Absolutely magic.
Yeah.
Has it looked to say par?
Yeah, he did a wonderful job of catching this ball solid and basically getting the trajectory and the speed on it that he was hoping for. Really good shot.
Rory McIlroy's just notched his third birdie of the round, 3 under through 12 today. His group, the group behind this threesome.
And just a warm lapping breeze now into the player's face. And if the greens are indeed slowing up a bit, you can be bold here. It's uphill the entire way.
Solid from Hatton. Five under, still in the lead. Maverick McNeely. Smalley done for the day at 4. Rest of the field at 3 or below.
And this one, like a snake, will curve to the left, straighten out, and then back up to the right.
Schauffele for birdie.
Yeah, Ned, you know, those 2 putts tell you that maybe things are softening up a little bit. With the wind laying down, maybe they're finally getting a little bit of growth on the grass.
Yeah, and again, I think that humidity's rolled in. Those warm temperatures that we're going to get over the weekend. So the blade gets a little moisture in it, stands up a bit. You don't think this means something? Look at Ricky Elliott down on all 4s, hound dogging this thing.
We're at a high temp of the day right now at 66 degrees.
Yeah, well, there you go. We got a weatherman on the ground in Ned Michaels. I mean, this has got to be a really tough read. Wouldn't you say, Ned? I mean, it probably looks flat.
It's, again, one of those vague, subtle breaks. It all depends on your pace. You're exactly right. It's flat.
Maybe right to left, barely?
Barely.
He's make one of those committed strokes that he's been making. Look at that, went to the right.
Misses the fairway with an iron off the tee. Very soft bogey for Brooks. That's 2 straight on 12 and 13. It has swung his week from 1 under to 1 over.
Yeah, it's kind of been the theme. Missed the fairway, probably making bogey.
Hatton a par. Still on the cut line at +4. Brooks now on the edge of playing his way out of contention and out of this championship. Schauffele stays at even par. His only birdie on the front 9 of the par 5 ninth.
Yeah, we have not had a ton of excitement. Blame it on the golf course.
I feel like these average proximity graphics are just cruel on the par 3s at Aronimink with how hard they are to get to. Round 1, it was 55 feet 10 inches, even harder for this back right hole location. Round 2, 58.6.
You know, and you just go at the middle of the green, but then you have to have the nerve to push it back there and let the hill take it. Everything feeds to this hole location, but you really can't go straight at it, and you gotta have big enough will to get it all the way back there. Yeah, I mean, this hole's been brutal but really on both days.
Hatton, the high man in the group for the week at +4, but it still has the box with the honor. Up on the green, Oberg for birdie.
So that's a really good shot where Oberg is, but if it's another 5 steps towards where Ricky Fowler's standing, it feeds even closer. So pretty tough shot.
Can Oberg get a 2 on the card? Oh yeah, that's 3 straight birdies. He was at +2 going to the 12th, now 1 under within 4 of Matt McNeely.
pretty good stretch to make a few birdies.
Oberg's never been a factor before in a PGA Championship. Previous 2 starts in 24 and 25, he missed the cut. Not going to be the case this year. Fowler for par. Getting near that cut line at +3. Ricky talking to his old caddy, Joe Scobrin, who's on the bag for Ludwig Oberg. Ricky now is Ricky Romano as his caddy. Par for DeChambeau. His yardage book says bad, fitting for performance this week at +10.
Ouch.
I'm glad you said that, Ned.
George. It's been a long day, man, but good gracious.
I mean, it's one of the best players in the world. He's going to go miscut at the Masters. He's +10 at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, okay. Hey, this shot should fit Hatton if he hits a nice one. He hits that kind of high cut.
You better believe it. And this is a Cinco de Mayo 5-iron right at it.
And, uh-oh. Double cross. Oh, boy.
Heard the bag, the acoustics.
That might not be the only thing that's rattling here in a minute.
Some abuse.
I'm still thinking about George.
I mean, we set up right there. It's just great camera
I mean, you
work.
know, right? Yeah, look at that right there. You got to keep your hands off the clubs. His caddy knows that. Do not have your hands anywhere near the bag when he walks over.
I mean, Ned, we were zooming in on his yardage book. Yeah, you had to tie the two together.
Somebody had to spike it.
Yeah.
Well, you should see him dancing now after he spiked it.
94 to get over that mountain. So
I mean, this could be a little bit covered, right? See, those flags are
yeah. I would say there's probably 7 a herd up there. So I mean, if we want to pitch it 200, 207, I mean, what's it, 86? I mean, I don't
Smooth.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So he's stuck with the 5-iron. And one adjustment you do need to make now that where temperatures are heating up, the ball's going to go a little bit farther. You heard Austin say 7 yards of birdies.
You know, which is pretty close to what the wind meter said. Smooth 5-iron, a high cut is the shot. Oh, he double crossed it as well.
Same line.
Oh, man.
He's putting himself in some tough spots on this back 9.
He sure is.
Middle of the green.
Hatton thought he had a tough shot coming up. Nothing compared to this one.
Scott, I don't mind being aggressive here because if you miss over to the right, you're in the rough, but you're on an uphill and you're chipping back to the flag. That long putt from the left, I saw it 4-putted earlier today.
No, I'm with you. You need to be aggressive, but you can't miss it left.
6-iron.
Yeah, if you miss the green right, you're right. You're chipping uphill. And that.
What the fuck is that wind?
Kept getting the closest, and he still has some work to do for a 2-putt par. Here's where our group stands right now. Schauffele at even 5 back of the leader.
just getting started.
If you haven't already, we're past 6 o'clock Eastern time. You're officially off the clock, so crack open a cold one. Kick back and enjoy the end of this second round. Some birdies are out there. Wind laying down a little bit. This was moments ago, par 3 fifth. Maverick McNeely leading at 5 under par. Lights it in there nicely inside 10 feet.
Beautiful. I mean, he's on a little bit of a heater here in his last, starting on 16.
McNeely
5 under par.
Pours it in to get to 6 under.
He's having that little run, George, where you kind of get yourself in a tournament or get out in the lead by that little 4, 5 hole, 6 hole spurt. He's having it.
5 under on the day, which would tie the low round of the week from Chris Gotterup with that 67. McNeely leading by 2. John Rahm is sending up the leaderboard at 3 under. He's got 6 holes to go and a share of 3rd. Minwoo Lee also out on the course. Schauffele second, just playing towards the middle of the green on 14.
Yeah, that was totally intentional, wasn't it? He had nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Ball had just settled all the way to the bottom of the grass, and that grass has not been touched. Nobody really hit any practice shots from back there, so it is healthy.
Yeah.
Hatton have a chance with this?
He does. Absolutely. He can go low or high.
He's going high, it looks like. Gonna get enough.
That'll work. Has to make that to stay on the current cut line at +4. Koepka 62 feet. Nice and tidy, 9+ feet of break from left to right, and just a hair downhill.
Yeah, it's just, this is all about speed. It's pretty easy to see this massive break in this green. So just pick a spot up there, 10 feet left of the hole, and just get the speed right. You never know.
Saw Matthew Fitzpatrick from a similar position earlier this morning, 4-putt from right here. Saw Scotty Scheffler miss a 3.5 footer yesterday and a 4 footer today. There was a couple of double bogeys made earlier in that featured group, and this is one that you just send to the top of the hill and you hope that gravity right here.
He's got plenty of speed.
Doesn't have the line. Doesn't have an easy par putt.
No. Did anybody pick, when we were talking about the back 9, did anybody pick Hatton for the back 9? Because I think he's going to win the back 9.
Should have just picked the course for the back 9.
That's right. That wasn't an option.
I know it was an option, but nobody felt that strong about him.
Somebody's going to go on a little bit of a tear coming to the clubhouse. The wind is essentially gone. It's nice and warm.
Well, none of our 3 guys, our 3 guys are on a tear, but it's not the right tear right now.
You know, 15 is going to play long, but everything's going to be a little bit softer, and then 16 you'll be able to get home in 2. 17 will be a little bit kinder because we won't have a 15, 20-mile-an-hour wind. And then 18's always flexing.
Well, I like your optimism.
Just has that feel about it. All the fans been ready to have something to cheer about, but nobody's made any putts. I've heard some of the fans murmuring about it. This wouldn't be one you'd expect to make.
Lengthy par putt for Schauffele. That races by 4 feet. It has been a grind for Schauffele.
It's been a grind for all these guys, but really it's been a grind for everybody. Right now, Maverick McNeely is kind of having his time in the sun and making putts, but wow. Putts just like that one that Xander hit. We've been seeing that. I've seen that as much in these 2 days as I've ever remember seeing. Balls just rolling 4 or 5 feet past the hole. These guys are so good at speed control.
Critical one for Brooks. Burns that right edge, another bogey.
I'm telling you, you cannot read this part of the green.
I believe you.
It just sits and lies right to your face. What you see, it doesn't do.
Well, I'm sure that won't phase Mr. Hatton.
He's fighting to make the cut. Hatton to get up and down for par. Crowd didn't love that. Hatton to +5. This is fascinating. Garrick Higo, his last hole of the day of the 9th, had an eagle putt to move to +4. Finishes at +5 because of the 2-shot penalty yesterday. Will miss the cut by 1.
It sure appears that way. But, you know, he's got nobody to blame but himself.
Schauffele for bogey.
I mean, judging by what we've seen, that's a heck of a 2-putt from right there for bogey.
Schauffele 3 over on the round.
Is this the hardest hole on the golf course?
I can give you that information.
10 was, but I think
second hardest.
Yeah, this one was the hardest yesterday, I believe.
Feels like the hardest hole in America.
You know, Ned, you're there. It's mainly about the putting surface, the whole green complex, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the craziest thing you've ever seen. Back in that right corner, nobody's making the putts.
Bogey
from 4 feet.
Bogey, 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 and now the longest par 4 in PGA Championship history, 542 yards. No let up at Aronimink. This is the 3rd hardest hole, Scott.
Yeah, well, fortunately, whatever wind is left, there's still wind. It's downwind, so it's playing pretty, it's very reachable. Not a birdie hole, though, George. I mean, it's really, pin's tucked over there on the left. You got to hit it in the fairway 100% of the time if you want to hit it on the green. Got to drive in the fairway, kind of play it kind of middle of the green with a little draw, and it might trickle back there. But once again, a great hole to make a par on.
Hole location shifting from the front right to the middle left. Four measly birdies today at the par 4 15th, just 9 for the week.
Yeah, just this one and 16 combined, or you can pick whichever one you want to be the par 5 and whichever one you want to be the par 4. It's just a 2 back-to-back 500+ yard holes that are hard.
All 3 guys bogeyed, so Hatton, even with the bogey, still has the honor. 1 shot outside the cut line. How will this end up?
Fairway bunker. And now this is the par 5.
It sure is.
Schauffele.
Headed towards the fairway bunker as well. Oh.
It bounced through. It hit the front edge and skated right through.
That burrowed deep. I don't know if that's a good break.
I don't know if it's a good break either. Kind of the other deal. If you miss this fairway, it's got to be left because you need to have the angle of the hill from the right. You can have a hard time getting it back in the fairway.
Brooks only 2 shots inside the cut line with 4 to go. 3 straight bogeys to the 15th tee.
Looks like he might have hit the fairway. Yes. Now he's perfect. So look at that, George. That ball's gonna stay in the fairway, but it landed what? A step inside the right edge?
Barely stays in the fairway. We are sweating the cut line late on day 2. Here's what we have for this finishing stretch. 15th hole has packed a punch all week. 16, the same yardage, but a different par 5. So it's yielded 10 eagles. That's a bunch so far at the PGA Championship, the 17th, the par 3 with water that comes into play. 4th hardest hole back in 2018 at the BMW Championship. And then par 4 18, 3rd hardest hole. And that's been lengthened by 27 yards all the way to 490. So some of the stats that were accrued the last time the PGA Tour came to town to Aronimink Golf Club. Try and see how the course would play this week for the PGA Championship. That's where the guys are. We go 15 down one direction, downwind, 16 into the wind the other direction. Hatton has to play these 2 and 1 under and then go par the last 2. 16 is your last great birdie chance. The rest of these holes tough to the house. 15, 17, and 18, 3 of the 7 most difficult holes at this Donald Ross design. From where Hatton and Schauffele ended up off the tee, they would take par and sprint to 16.
Yeah, neither one of them can knock it on the green. They're too far back. Now the fairway slope, we saw Brooks's ball rolling out. The fairway slopes so much that it's hard to get yourself in the right position for your third shot.
It's a good observation.
It's lie dependent, like for Xander, but it looked like his ball sat way down.
It looked like that because it's not an old divot, but it's a depression. And so while it's sitting down in the grass, it actually has some space and air behind it. We can get a club on it. But Hatton cannot be too aggressive. Goal number 1. Back in the fairway. Goal number 2, don't hit the lip. Perhaps I have those in the wrong order, but
they equal the same.
Correct. Correct.
You're on your, what is that, 33rd hole of the day?
Oh, wait, no.
Got in the fairway. Goal number 1 achieved, Ned.
Actually, you had it right.
Ned Stradamus called it.
You did. I mean, you hit the lip and got it in the fairway. Oh, he's about to lose it. That looked like he was playing. He was trying to bite off a little bit more. That was a pretty long club he had there.
I know to hit it on the green, you have to go.
It was the wedding crashers rule. It's like rule number 1, playing like a champion or something like that. I can't believe that somehow spit out to the fairway. What can Schauffele even do from here?
It took a mighty lash at this. I thought he might be able to run something up, but this looks like a lofted club. Oh, he's gone low. He sure has.
Well, that's a heck of a shot.
Sure is. I thought he might be able to do that. Watch this chase. This is almost going to get on the green.
Well, it needs to stop so his angle doesn't get too bad. That's a good shot.
Koepka will wait for Tyrrell Hatton. And you can feel the ground beneath the volcano starting to shudder.
Well, for Brooks, only 2 bogeys the first 29 holes. Now 3 straight bogeys his last 3 holes. Hatton 3rd from well back.
And it looks like they missed the green when they cut the flag this morning. It's so far left.
And that's really about as much as he could hope for from there.
On the green.
He just, I mean, from 210, 215.
191 for Koepka, starting it out to the center of the green. Looked like he was trying to hit the power draw.
I think it's drawn him.
It did not.
Middle of the green, we'll have a birdie putt. And I got the order of the rules wrong. Rule number 1 from wedding crashers was never leave a fellow crasher behind. My mistake there.
That's like the Marines.
Exactly. Same ethos.
Yeah.
How's our cut line looking?
Solid at 4.
Yeah, it seems pretty entrenched at +4. But if you want the, trying to scroll down right now. Okay, let's see. It's yeah, +70 has 82 guys right now. So yeah, that thing is not moving. Luke Donald at +4 will make the cut on the number. But that Scott hasn't had a competitive start all year. 48 years old, battled injuries. Tees it up because the 2 Ryder Cup captains get invites to the PGA Championship. Jim Furyk playing days are over. He didn't tee it up, but Luke Donald will make the cut, see the weekend.
You know, he's obviously not, you know, he was the world #1 at one point, but his game couldn't overpower this golf course even at the prime of his career. But he could play around here and not miss many fairways, and he was an excellent chipper and putter. So we're kind of seeing what's going. The length helps here, but it's not. If you're not in the fairway, it's not really helping you at all. So that's awesome. That's a great accomplishment.
Schauffele pacing this off. What shot are you seeing, Ned?
I think it's actually a pretty traditional style shot. He doesn't have to do anything too flamboyant. He needs to carry it 8 or 10 paces on the green, a little left of the flag. Even though it's into the uphill, it will take a big bounce. But again, this is one of the more subtle greens.
Yeah, not quite as slopey and hard to read.
Ideal leave is a little bit short and right. He put him right back uphill.
And look at this, just repelling away from the hole. It's kind of been common today, hasn't it?
Feels like you're gonna fall into bed tonight and miss the bed. It just, you can't get anywhere near what you're aiming for.
Well, the longer the day goes on, the more I'm agreeing with Scotty Scheffler.
Not Chris Gotterup.
Well, obviously Gotterup's an outlier now. I mean, playing like that, him and Mav McNeely are the couple guys that so far seem to master it. And you got to give Gotterup credit. He birdied 7, 8, 9 to finish. So played well and then took advantage of those.
Here is where the run begins. Out of the shadows into the sunlight.
Okay, back up the hill a little bit.
Can he find one? It's got to go at least one under the last 4, maybe 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's not out of the tournament, but yeah, it's disappointing 3 bogeys in a row. And really up to that point, he's played he's played very solid. But you can't miss fairways and not pay for it.
Snaps the bogey streak. Par on the 15th. Hatton for par.
To have a chance. They just saw it. He knows it breaks more than it looks, right to left.
Rule number 1, get it to the hole.
Oh, man. The gods prevented that. That was a great putt.
Third bogey on the back 9.
It's breaking. Oh, he just decided not to. Looked like there was going to be a lecture going on over there on the side of the green.
I can think of other words, but yes, one person is talking, another is listening.
Schauffele to remain at +1.
Uphill, a little right to left. Should have a pretty good idea. And he, oh my gosh, I thought the center cut that.
Got robbed.
Wow.
The bogeys are piling up for Schauffele. Birdied 9 to get to 1 under. 3 over on the back 9. Maverick McNeely just bogeyed the 6 on the front side. He's at 5 under, so Schauffele 7 shots behind the leader.
Well, with a good tee shot, this is your one chance at redemption. If you can somehow find the fairway, the pin is in the easiest location you can have for this hole. If you hit a good tee shot, you can knock an iron on the green, have a decent putt at a 3.
49 birdies or better on the 16th. That's the most of any hole at Aronimink for this second round.
Interestingly enough, if you don't hit the fairway, you need to miss it to the left. And these guys will be trying to blow it over those bunkers anyway, so.
That set up these tee shots.
Now the breeze decided to show up a little bit. And again, you don't want to miss right here. And
all right, he just did.
You hear the 4 calls. That's exactly what you don't want to do. Scotty Scheffler hit it well left up by the spectator area earlier today. Was able to take a drop and nearly got it onto the green. So he definitely can reach it. That wind was a good 2 clubs now. Maybe a club, if that. A little bit into the setting sun, which is always a touch bothersome. It's when your caddy says, keep your head down and I'll watch it.
Been 2 eagles here in the second round. Hatton would love to have a third, but that does not help the cause.
Thinner grass right there. I'm going to bet that he can get it up around the green.
It's just his swing is not there. I mentioned it before. He even went to the tee yesterday for Hatton. He felt like he was getting crunched up and too much out on top of it.
Well, this would be a great time for Xander to hit one of those bombs he's been hitting straight. That's going to be close.
That one's going to need to hustle.
Or it's getting over it. Just get right. No.
These guys want no part of that fairway on 16.
No, they don't seem to.
Can they make birdie the hard way? We'll find out with our feature group. This is ESPN Plus Friday, the PGA Championship.
Every player here this week believes they can win. Somewhere inside, they believe, whether they admit it or not. Sometimes the songs we hear are just songs of our own. Confidence, delusion, what's the difference really? They all rolled into Philadelphia with a plan and a dream. The course is waiting for its turn to speak. A destroyer of plans, a wrecker of dreams.
Belief is a beautiful thing on a Wednesday, but after 2 days at Aronimink, that hope has disappeared for a lot of guys in the field at the PGA Championship.
There's a lot of guys that can't feel anything anymore.
Scott, I wear one of those Whoop bands, and it'll tell you how your recovery is every day and what you need to do to make sure that your next day is in the green. And mine says to make sure that tomorrow is a better recovery day, go ahead and get in bed by 6:36. Am I going to make it?
You know, I think just left of where Hatton is, there's some stands over there that are blocked off by a fence. You can lay down over there.
And I'm not even playing. I cannot imagine what the Whoop bands and recovery levels are for these guys. Just a relentless beat down. It's supposed to be, though, isn't it?
It is. I've been the same. I've been there.
They're adding a lot of steps for you too. 78-yard gap between Hatton and Koepka. Two different sides of rough, both missing the fairway.
I am aware of this, George. Thank you.
Yeah. We had a nice graphic to break it down, so I wouldn't mind a Ned step counter.
I'm sure I have that somewhere. I'll have to get that for you. I don't know where else you'd rather be, though.
Brooks is looking like he's going after this with some sort of metal, fairway metal thing.
Yeah, he's got that high lofted metal. He's going to hit that chopped suit, get steep on it, and pop it out of here.
Well, the line looks pretty clean for where we're seeing it.
Driving back to New York on Monday night or Tuesday morning.
All right. He's in the left bunker. That's okay. I thought that was the right bunker from our camera angle. I was like, ugh.
Not a terrible spot.
No, that's actually good.
Just a 7-iron here for Xander. 180 yards, reaches those bunkers down the right side. Do not want to bring those into play.
Looks like it's leaking to the right. Well, he got over the first set, but now it needs to stop. Now he's dead.
Group ahead, Ludwig Oberg made birdie on 16. He is cooking. 4 birdies his last 5 holes, up to 2 under, 3 back, and Matt McNeely.
All right. Hatton trying to hit a giant slice out of the rough. This could go anywhere. He did. Got it into the bunker. That's not bad.
Playable from there. I want to give himself a birdie putt. Let's go to Joe Hallett on controlling putter speed.
Well, birdie putts, and there are a lot of them out there, but when you get to fast greens, the one thing you never want to have happen is you don't want overdrive to kick into this little blade right here. That's never a good thing. I want you to watch the players in their practice strokes. Brooks Koepka is a perfect example. When you watch him make his practice stroke, you'll see all these players are controlling the follow-through somehow, and there's a little key in there. If you can control that follow-through on your practice stroke and repeat it on your real stroke, you're probably going to hit a putt with pretty good speed. That went in, and that reminds me of your man on the ground, Ned Michaels. His ball's got to have a magnetron on it. When I play with him, every putt he hits, he makes. Control your follow-through, and you'll control your speed.
Joe knows Ned all too well. Ned, are you using those cheater balls that just automatically go in the hole, or what's the lowdown?
Joe and I hadn't played together in about 6 years, so.
So he saw peak Ned Michaels. That no longer the case after walking 36 every day with his horrendous whoop recovery.
Joe is such a beauty. He's down at the Legends Club in Nashville, and he is just such a good soul. And he's taught some of the best players in the world. He's coached a couple of lady number ones, and he's always got the best attitude, a big smile on his face. You can't help but feel cheerful when you're around Joe Hallett, and he really, really knows his stuff from short game all the way to full swing.
Well, Ned, you have had a great attitude going 36 the first 2 days and just asking for more.
Oh, it's the best out here. Well, I mean, honestly, getting to walk alongside the world's best and see how they manage around a beast like Aronimink.
You covered this, you played in this game professionally a while, you've covered this game a while. Can you remember a bigger difference from what everyone was predicting on Tuesday and Wednesday for how the course would play to what we've seen for the first 36 almost?
Not even close. I mean, it may be something to do with the weather at the Open, but no, this has been, and normally it's the other way. Normally guys say, oh, it's going to play so tough, and then they go out and score pretty well, but this was the complete opposite. We were talking 63s at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, we were. I mean, it was like, oh, man. Huge fairways, driving the fairway, and, you know, shooting darts. No, it's been the exact opposite.
Silly us.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're where we are, and that's where they are where they are.
Who's playing first here?
Looks like Xander's going to go ahead and take the honor. He's normally wonderful around the greens, but today he's just put himself in some spots where he's had no space with which to work.
Yeah, I mean, unless he has a super lie, this is really difficult.
He does not.
Oh, the Flopatopoulos
shot. Great shot.
And that was something we haven't heard in probably an hour. A roar from somewhere around Aronimink.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hatton out of the bunker.
He really needs to get this up and down, and apparently he doesn't like it. Uh-oh. That ball really came out fast.
You might be getting ready to hear another roar right here. He's in the flat, so it's going to come off nice and low and just out of the bunker and run.
Kind of needs it.
Almost hold it. Great call, Ned.
Yep. Boys and girls, if you walk 36 holes a day and watch all these guys play, you start predicting shots. That was a great call, Ned.
Just had the look of it. Ooh, that would have been sweet. By the way, that Xander shot, the shot alone was nice, but to do it right in the middle of your backswing when you're trying to hit a flop shot and you get a startling roar, he held his composure nicely through the ball.
And that roar was a Ricky Fowler roar. Birdied 16 and then hold a long one on 17. Back to back. He's now at +1. Hatton wants to jar this.
He needs it. I think he's got that distant look in his eye now. I mean, he's literally has to birdie the last 2 holes to make the cut.
I think he's dreaming of travel plans and a flight out of here.
He's looking at something has gotten his attention.
Well, I'm sure everything is bothering him now.
It's interesting because Xander is getting ready to hit his putt towards the hole, and Tyrrell was looking the opposite direction.
I was checking to see if there was a leaderboard over here that I didn't know about, just to see if maybe he was scanning to get a feel for the cut. There's one to the right, not to the left. Anyhow,
this putt breaking right, maybe?
Maybe. You could convince me that it's actually a squirrel to the right.
Yeah.
Or the left, rather. It's
been tough to. These guys have struggled. Solid putt, though.
Well holed by Schauffele. Gets one back.
I mean, as bad as Brooks and Xander feel, they're not out of the tournament at all. And if they'll make one more birdie somehow on 17 or 18, they're in a pretty good spot.
Par for Hatton. Brooks, a short one to slide back to 1 over.
Shouldn't be much to this.
Koepka connects for birdie. Might be the first time today that I've said 2 birdies on 1 hole from this group.
I'm
ESPN Plus.
Certain that this is the first time.
The 17th, the ball plot, seeing way more gray dots than red dots. 14 birdies, 89 pars, 41 bogeys or worse. That one water ball that was short and right with Shane Lowry.
Yeah, I mean, we watched this earlier. Scotty Scheffler pulled it a little bit, but it fed down towards the hole for him to make a birdie. But you've got to bring it in right to left here.
So here's one of the birdies, and this is why it was roar worthy for Ricky Fowler. Does it get better than that?
And he needed it as well. There's a bunch of guys hanging around right there at 1 over, 2 over, even par, 1 under. Every shot is huge.
Here's 3 over through 10. Couple late birdies, 1 over on the round. And for the week, the leader Maverick McNeely on the 8th tried bellying a putter, almost turning it sideways.
I saw that.
Played it to 10, 12 feet. So if he drops another shot, the lead would fall back to 4 under.
Which is a little bit of a surprise, but the golf course is winning.
Yeah, I think a little bit off of it, yeah. I mean, it's pretty much straight across. Right on. It's plenty.
Koepka first to go here at the 17th.
Ned, what's the wind?
negligible. It's just out of the left into a bit. This is a 6-iron. And glorious looking shot.
Yeah, it looks on a good line if it gets up. And it did. Really good shot.
There's your context. Brooks Koepka 6-iron earlier today. We were smoking 4-irons.
Yeah, that is a big difference in the wind. Is that what Lowry was hitting, George, a 4-iron?
I can't tell you with certainty. Whatever he hit didn't match up with the plan in his head. Schauffele.
Same club.
Fluttering out to the right.
Yeah. Not just out of sorts, just enough. And I think that's what the golf course is doing to a lot of people.
It just gets you. It's so off balance, and even when the wind stops, it's hard to find your equilibrium.
Yeah, these guys all feel like a punching bag.
And this a 5-iron for Tyrrell.
Looks good, doesn't it?
It sure does. This is promising.
Well, he needs it.
Nicely played by Hatton. He's got the closest birdie putt. Our group through 16, 2 to go in this second round.
Demanding, difficult to read, and sometimes downright mean. No, not Eagles fans. I'm talking about these diabolical patches of grass. They'll taunt you from afar and haunt you in your dreams. The greens of Aronimink.
The greens of Aronimink have always been part of the story and what leads to a champion at this Donald Ross design. You flashback to 2010, Justin Rose was 4th in putting that week. 2011, Nick Watney led the field in putting when he won. 2018, Keegan Bradley led the field in putting that week. So you have to putt it well to have a chance to contend this week at the PGA Championship, and we have seen a startling number of 3-putts over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think that's why the scores are so bunched up. Nobody has truly figured out how to putt these greens.
Matt McNeely, 2 bogeys his last 3 holes. He's a co-leader with Alex Smalley at 4 under par.
A lot of commotion behind the 18th green as the group ahead clears out and the fans get all the fans making their way up towards the exits.
Sounds like Santa Claus just showed up. They're booing him.
Well, hopefully dropped off a present for Xander.
Yikes.
Scotty keeps going high out of that first collar, and he's had 3 or 4 of those today. And the players I've seen had the most success threw it back in their stance, shut the face, and almost hit like a little baby hook, and it's shovel it out with the toe.
Yeah, listen, that's the great thing about chipping. There's no one way to do it, and you have to go with what you think and what you feel personally is the best way. He may not feel comfortable, even though he's not really chipping very good, he may not feel comfortable doing anything else. I mean, it's just, chipping is all about what kind of lie you have. And, it doesn't matter what club you use, it matters what kind of lie you have. We've seen a bunch of different options this week, or for the first 2 days, and really haven't seen anybody do it very good.
Through the valley, up the hill, Koepka, your feet are screaming at you that it's going to go right to left, but there's a shoulder over here by the water that actually might straighten it out.
Koepka gave it a heck of a run.
Yeah, and it did. He had a beautiful putt there. Ned, you called it.
That type of day for Koepka.
There's Hatton impression.
I think the course isn't only beating up Ned Michaels in his recovery, but everyone inside the ropes at some point over the course of 2 days at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, it has taken its toll. And the guys that got done early today have a little extra time to rest before tomorrow.
That is Hatton going birdie to make the cut.
He's making this. I can't speak to the 18th. He's going to make it because he's going to hit it hard. Take a little bit of the break out of it.
Can he jam it in there? Hatton. We'll just need to hoop it on 18 for eagle.
That was surprising.
Yeah, I think.
That was not.
No, that was normal.
Bye-bye golf ball.
Oh, the putter. He thought about the putter for a minute.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He's a wonderful putter. The greens have just gotten the better of him this week.
I wonder if the code of conduct had any impact there.
Throwing a ball in the waters.
No. Not throwing the putter in the water, or throwing the putter further. The ball in the water is nothing. But
yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if it's on guys' radars or not, or if it's just a talking point.
I think it's a talking. The player conduct deal happened 1,000 times before we got to this point today.
So they're not reinventing the wheel. Schauffele for par.
He needs to make this, and he did. I mean, literally one of his only up and downs of the day, the last 2 holes.
You have some relatively unknown players who are currently tied for the lead or thin resumes. Smalley's never won. McNeely with 1 victory. Behind them, if you look at the players within 5 shots, a bunch of major champions are right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what these guys, that 1 over par, I mean, they're doing what they do 1 shot at a time. But yeah, I mean, so if you look at it from a big picture golfer, what's the lead? It's 2 or 3 under in all reality. So these guys are really right in the middle of it.
The Hatton Triple Crown here on the 17th. The putt goes in, the ball goes in the water, and the putter, the wave, gets a little tossing of its own. Final tee shot of the day for our featured group on ESPN Plus. George Savarikas, Scott Verplank, and Ned Michaels, who has gone from sunup to sundown. Koepka at +1, 5 off the lead.
left half of the fairway is almost a must if you want to get to this hole location.
Morris is going to capture the right center of the fairway.
He needs to sit down.
If it gets far up close to the bunker, the tree, he's going to be under it anyway. I think that's going to be fine for him. He'll be able to saute a little 7-iron up there.
Wouldn't that be nice to saute anything right now?
Almost 7 o'clock, getting close to for Plank's feed time.
1 minute. This would be a good time for Xander after all he's been through today to hit one of those rockets down there up the left side. Get a scoring club in. I think he did.
304 carry. Wow.
That's a little uphill too, so he's got some really tremendous length.
I'm trying to think of heroic shots on the 36th hole in majors to make the cut.
There's got to be some out there.
Oh, there's
I'm thinking Pinehurst 2014. Didn't Eduardo Molinari make an ace on the 9th at Pinehurst to make the cut?
I think he did.
I thought it was like the 7th or something. But yeah, it was like late in the day. I made an ace and made the cut.
It was number 9.
Was it number 9?
Yeah, that's 9's a par 3 at Pinehurst.
Well, Hatton's in the fairway.
There you go. He's in the best spot he could be.
He's got 1 swing left to make the cut. What do we got, tee to green?
What a hole. 501 yards uphill, both shots. That huge tree on the right there basically blocks you out if you're not in the middle or the left center of the fairway. And another green that has just been darn near impossible to read. It's just got so many little slopes. You can get around this whole location with a little help from like the center of the green, but getting it to stop around it without going off the back of the green has almost been impossible.
5th toughest hole this week. Playing as the 4th toughest for this second round.
Yeah, and right now it's, I mean, it plays with a little left to right wind and it's not really hurting, so probably as easy as it could play for the first 2 days.
Oh, there they are.
Fine, a good salute. Ready?
Love the commitment to the bit.
Which one is which?
That's a very good question.
Join or tie?
Okay.
Up on the green. That was Ludwig Oberg, who's been making a late charge.
Yes.
Oberg will tap in to finish up his day.
4 under par, got right back in the tournament. I mean, I was just kind of looking up at the scores here. I mean, Rory McIlroy's only 1 over par.
Second lowest round of the day with a 66, and McIlroy just missed a 10-foot birdie putt on 16 to get back to even.
I mean, the number of guys that are from like 1 over to 2 under is amazing, and that's all the names that you would think would be around the top of the leaderboard.
The players at or within 5 of the lead. You got 45 guys right now.
Yep.
Fowler for par.
Kept him at 1 over.
Ricky feeling it late with the putter.
They needed it. I mean, literally, we were thinking if you shoot 70, 71, you're going to be like barely making the cut. I mean, he's in a spot where he could win the tournament easily with 2 great days.
He has had his close calls in majors. Ricky has never gotten across the finish line. Had that 2014 season where he was top 5 in all 4 majors, has been runner-up at the Open, runner-up at the Masters, has won the Players. Would love to add a major.
Yeah, all around it. Just needs to get one to go.
DeChambeau will not see the weekend, but can he give the crowd something to cheer about with a birdie on the 18th?
Yes, he can.
Well, after my pep talk, he went 3 under, and he was at plus 10.
Well, you should have talked to him earlier in the week.
76-71.
You know, hopefully he'll get straightened out. He's good for golf X, in my opinion. He brings a lot of people, and he's a heck of a player.
Flip back to the fairway. What's in store, Ned?
My math says 185 for Tyrrell Hatton. He plays, I'll give it this time of day, 10 yards uphill. Call it 195. He has to make it. So let's give it a 200-yard billing. Ideal angle.
Well, I think we'll know as soon as he makes contact.
That was clunky.
Yeah.
Middle of the green. Be a disappointing week for Hatton after the T3 at the Masters. His best ever finish in a major will miss the cut a month later at the PGA Championship. How will Brooks handle this?
At $180 plus the.
Not really, dude, because I just don't think it's enough. Because it's got to cut so much. That's my problem.
Is there any chance of hitting it over that, Ned?
Negative.
That's what I was thinking.
At the end of the day, if this ends up in a spiral, I just like a 3/4 chip cut 6. That's what I like.
Go with your gut, Brooks.
I was going to say, if that's what you like, that's what you should hit.
That's an absolutely
I understand
shot.
I'm trying to get it to those guys in the under the 18.
Nice, Ricky.
Not a lot. It's just about it's got to stay left of the 18, though. Yeah, it's got to stay left of the 18. Yeah.
Ricky wanted the 7, but he said, go grab the 6 then. That's good caddying right there.
They gave him enough resistance to believe that Brooks had complete conviction, and this is absolutely.
Let's see if he can pull it off. Doesn't look like it's cutting very much.
And it was too much club.
It sure was, and that's not a good spot.
Caddy
Same
might have been
yardage.
onto something.
Yeah, but when the player's feeling it, you got to let them have it.
Of course.
Same yardage for Xander. This one miles up into the air and right at it.
Trees, Xander!
Good shot.
Solid from Schauffele. We know Hatton and DeChambeau will have the weekend off. Who else is missing the cut at the PGA Championship? Keegan Bradley, Victor Hovland. But J.J. Spawn, he was a trendy pick coming in based on what he did at Oakmont a year ago. Similar brute type course also in the state of Pennsylvania. Akshay Bhatia. Tommy Fleetwood missing the cut by a shot. Who was the biggest surprise?
Honestly, out of that, I would say Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, he's kind of a ball striker dream, and you've got to hit the ball pretty good around here. Obviously, nobody's making any putts. You got to strike it.
They're getting rowdy after this 7 o'clock hour outside Philly.
Yeah, whoever's left.
The Eagles chants firing up. I can't wait to see what this weekend's like with temperatures in the 80s and sunny both days.
Oh boy. You're right. It could be late in the day. Could be really adventurous.
They will not be playing prevent defense. Still pretty packed.
Yeah, for past 7 o'clock at night.
And it's turned into a gorgeous evening. No reason to leave. The wind now has tucked itself in for the evening. Maybe to reappear slightly subdued tomorrow.
Did you get a look at this lie?
I have gotten a look at the lie. It is less than ideal.
And it's anywhere left here will end up rolling back off the green, won't it? Besides being short.
If you're 6 feet left, it will.
Yeah.
Face wide open. Wide stance. He's going up top.
He's gonna miss the green. Okay.
Not too shabby.
No, I'd say that's really good, actually.
Ned, how many times have you heard Blake of the Year? Seems like every hole, the Barstool fans are yelling Blake of the Year or Brooks Koepka.
Yeah. There's a fellow over here dressed in a casino outfit, top to bottom. 3-piece suit kind of looking thing.
Like some of the chirps, I'm like, all right, we need some creativity here.
We do.
I feel like in Europe, they're a little more creative.
Yeah. I hate to admit it, but I don't even know what Blake of the Year is. I'm too old, I guess.
And wouldn't it be just like golf for this to go in?
Of course it would.
Hatton will miss the cut by 2, 72-74. 146 is his body of work at Aronimink.
Certainly not what he was planning on this week. Just didn't really ever got really sharp.
What do you think, Scotty? They set this place up for scoring tomorrow?
You know, I think the wind's going to be the opposite direction. It's going to be a lot warmer. I don't know that they need to set it up a whole lot differently.
Maybe a little more kind with some of the hole locations.
I guess it just depends on how they want it to play. I mean, these greens give you a lot of variables.
Schauffele for birdie. Wiggles by 2.5, 3 feet.
I was tired of leaving it short.
Blake of the Year isn't anything crazy. It's just this ongoing bit where they had Blake Griffin and I can't remember who else were recurring guests, and then they would jokingly say, all right, who's our favorite of the year? And one of the guys had thought Brooks Koepka's name was Blake, so they
perfect. Okay.
threw him into the Blake of the Year conversation. But now it seems like every hole this week someone has been shouting that from the gallery. Koepka for par.
And this keeps him in the rearview mirror of the leaders.
It sure does. This is a big putt. And really good. I mean, that's a great up and down right there.
One of the best up and downs he's had over the course of 2 days. 69-72, 5 back of the co-leaders.
Yeah, I can't tell. I mean, he's putting fine. I know people have been complaining about it, and his numbers aren't good, but man, he made a lot of good strokes today. Xander's in the same boat here, Ned. He just needs to knock this in and kind of keep him relevant.
This is one that when you set up your putting drills, you set one up from directly below the hole, one that breaks from right to left, left to right, and one that is directly downhill. And that is all this is.
Par for Schauffele in the same spot as Koepka heading into the weekend. 68-73. Thoughts on Schauffele, Koepka, and what they'll do the final 36 at the PGA Championship?
Well, it wouldn't shock me if one of them found it. I mean, they're both hit it so far and pretty straight off the tee in general. I mean, I think Brooks is putting fine. He just needs to get some better looks at it.
So the real leaderboard, you think it starts with Goddard, or which player do you look at?
Well, I don't even know if it starts with one player. I think
Is it at 3 or 2?
It's at 2.5. I think it's just that kind of right there. That nothing against Alex Smalley or Maverick McNeely. They may go on and win this thing in a blowout. But if you're honestly looking at it, there's a million guys that have a chance to raise this trophy on Sunday.
Brooks Koepka, different stage of life, family man these days. Little one for he and his wife Jenna. Prue Sims turns 3 later this summer. And they got the baby too now, the addition to the family. For Ned Michael, Scott Verplank, I'm George Savarikis. Thanks for watching our ESPN Plus feature Group 1 coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship. And make sure and join us tomorrow for Saturday's 3rd round on ESPN Plus.